Hello! I'm here. I had a... Hi Mew, hi Buster, hi Pixels. I had a speed run a shower. I
3
really
months
wanted to
with
shower.
my weight less than 3.
To be honest, it feels so much longer, which is crazy. Which is crazy. Hello everybody. Happy Tuesday. I'm sorry, I'm like out of breath. I like speed ran a shower and now I'm here, so hello. Hello, I hope everybody's having a good day. Let me... Hi. Yeah, I have to... Oh, I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm out of breath. I like speed ran. I just ran back upstairs. I'm also out of breath. Yeah, you like his outfit? He's a little corn dog. He's a little corn dog. I need a post. I need a post for today. Oh my goodness. Woo! Alrighty. Go to... I think I like went to shave my legs, but I think I nicked my leg because it hurts. I think I nicked my leg, but I'm okay. I'm okay. All right, V highlight, Mowo, this one. Then we have. I know, cause like I won't notice it until like I'm kind of like out of the shower, and I'm like, oh, damn it, gosh darn it. Again, is it a big love to the amazing artist at VT. Ooh, I don't know. I don't know their Twitter handle. Not Twitter, their TikTok handle they have. Alright, okay. Hold on. Oh my god. Does everyone want to see? Yes! I would love to. I would love to. Okay, I don't think they have one. Okay, let's just do this. Okay. Kiwi, and then... Okie dokie. And Twitch. I haven't ate yet. I need to eat. Oh my god, it's you! I'm posting the video about you. There you go. Digital artist. Hello! Hello. Oh, I just needed to set up my laptop because I need a render shot. God dang it. Gosh darn it. I forgot. I think I should have moved you down. Hold on, let me do that really quick. Video editing, highlight. I think this one has everyone in it. Okay, it's fine. It's okay. Zooms into boobs for thumbnail. Yep. Listen, your height, you know? Or actually, no, I do want to fix it. It bugged me a little bit. I want to just move you down a little bit. Copy image. Ooh. Pictures. Oh, sorry. My apologies. I'm sorry. There you go. My apologies. My bad. Let go. And I will look in the fridge in 2 seconds. Document. Video editing. The highlight. This one. Edit. Upload. Re-upload. There you go. You think that's better? Yeah. Respectfully, of course. Okay, then we post this. Profile. I gotta make a comment. I'm glad you think so. I'll be posting it on Twitter and Blue Sky in a little bit. I just wait a little bit. Oh, look at the popper. Oh my god, I'm like so warm. Okay. Alright, we did that. And then okie dokie. I need to grab my lappy top really quick, so I will be 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Alright. Especially I'd lay there too, good, valid. I hope this has enough battery, because I don't really want to plug it in. I don't really want to plug it in. Okay. I'm like not sweaty. I'm like still kind of wet from the shower. I'm like, bruh. Okay. Oh, I have to post that I'm going live. I don't really want to today. I'm kind of lazy. Today. Yeah, that's fine. I'll just post for the VTuber highlight thing. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god, sorry. Alright. Okay. New. I don't know what we're listening to. I'm not really. Bless you, thank you. Oh. There we go. Bless you, Pookie. Thank you. I want to do like this. The way you move. I love the way you move. Make this 25, I think, instead. Yeah. Yeah, okay. This laptop didn't turn on. Please turn on. It looks funky and I don't know why. Okay. That will be okay. I'll figure it out. Alright, this is gonna be files, save as, video editing, commissions, Twitch user, and then this is the tag. I think I need to plug in my laptop. God dang it, I think I do. Okay. Actually, before I even do that, I need to eat breakfast. I have not ate yet today, so I need to eat. I need to eat food and review what I need to do for today, and then we can get into it, you know? I made egg fried rice, and I really want to eat it, and it's probably room temperature now. So, probably should eat that. Hi, Bex! Happy Tuesday! Okay. Okie dokie. What's your next project for today? I have two commissions that I need to start on. One's a video editing and one is a chibi OC. And then I have, but first, before I do any of that, I have to do some contract work commission. So unfortunately, I won't be able to share my screen, but I'll be here hanging out, you know. Typical. What's happening with this laptop? Okie dokie, there we go. Display setting? Why is my laptop like not using its full screen? There we go. There we go. Keep changes. Okay. Alright, I'm just gonna render this out while I eat wacky. While I eat my breakfast. The future. I saw. I hope everyone's having a good day, though. We have a busy day ahead of us. Got 3 different, technically, commissions to work on, which I'm very excited about. And then we have video editing to do as well today. But I think we'll get it all done. I think I need to move this folder to where my VODs are, to be honest. August 4th. Finish. Oh. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Spook me. Play. I'm getting into the mood. What is spicy cheese? Like, and I have egg fried rice with cheese on it. I like spicy cheese. Spicy. Like, I want this to be here. Like a little bit smaller. Where's the safety frame for this? Put it like here. Or would I put it down here? No, I think I want to put it up here. Let's play. Make me sway. Let's do. Where is it? Video transitions. And right. Oh. I would usually just give them mine, but I might have removed it by accident. I want technique. A little bit too much to the left. There you go. Is there a way I could copy something from a product? Because I would much prefer if the effect is this a fusion effect? Let me find out. Come on. The hecky? Is this just a slide? I think it is. Okay, never mind. I thought I did something fancier with it, but I guess I didn't. Ease in and out. I want it to be a little bit slower. And now I'm getting distracted by the TikTok layout. Okay, save. Close, right click. Fuck, what was the thing I do? I forgot what the thing I do is. Well, product page, right click, export page archive. Export product archive. Cancel. Work. Under batch. Okay, yeah, this one. Save. Okay. Now I go in here. Wash it away now. It's not DaVinci 19 and DaVinci 20. Wow. Your sisters and your brothers, leave all your love and your loving behind. Close program. Cancel. My laptop is sounding like a fucking fan right now for no reason. I'm just trying to install a program, man. Calm down. I just gotta wait for this. It's 20 now? No, it's still 19. I feel like I did something wrong. Yes. Put a jacket on. Oh, I said close instead of install, didn't I? You go away. I don't think you can be open while I do stuff. On a jacket, cause my hair is wet and I don't like it when the water falls down my back. Alright. Next. Agree next. Next. Install. What? Oh, I have two open? Yes. Alright, install now. Alright, next. Great. Looks like I had two of them open. Install. Alright. We're Gucci. Um. Upload. Video editing, key highlight. Nope. Where am I? This one. Look on his face. I don't know. Oh, wait. I don't know Mandy's YouTube handle. I think she has one. YouTube. Yeah, that's what I thought. My mouth is on fire. Okay, I don't know why you're being stupid, YouTube. Right. Definitely wrong. Tags. Oops. Above that could save me from hell. Colors, neon, artist. V highlight, no. UCDE, publish, next, publish. There you go. Huh, videos. Upload. VODs. What VOD is this? What VOD is this? Is last Tuesdays. This is 29th. Okay. VODs 2025, 29th. Oh, this is a part 1 and part 2, isn't it? Oh, mother bitch. Oh, I forgot about that. What part is this? No, it's part 1. Where's part 2? Where's part 2? I think. Oh no, here it is. I'm just going part 1 and part 2. Okay. VODs 2025, 29. Underscore part 2. Oops. VOD. Part 1. Okay. Which thumbnails? This one. 29. Nope. Next. Public, published. Okay, I don't think I'm forgetting anything. Do a dance. I know what I do. Okay, so homework. So it has to be contract. Skirt and skirt, and then on pause. Oh, you speak the vid render. No, first pass. Fury to first. And then I gotta do video editing. Yeah. Ooh, I was gonna do a thing for enshrined. Run card fixes. I don't know, take a while. Okay. I want to change the vibe. Yeah, I'm done for this. Alright, let me see if I can do the card thing for enshrined really quick. Download. Hi, Kiwi. Hi. Hope your meeting was good today. Folder. Card. Save. Enshrine. Cards. Save. I just downloaded the priest, the nectarum, and then I need the quill. I see my face now. Yeah. Isn't it cool? Isn't it cool? I like it a lot. I think it's a fun little addition to showing off people's. I want to add a sound. Oh, I'm tiny. I want to add people's like like a sound alert to it. I think it would be nice. Me was okay, a bit of a refresher and then some updates. Understandable. Welcome on in. We've missed you. Also, I'm hesitantly waiting because I believe I paid the latter half of our comic commission and it should be done today. I think it just needs to be sent over to me. But I don't know if it's in full grayscale or if it has like shading or not. But I might add a little color to it depending. Let's see. Let's see. Boop, boop, boop. Ow. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-hmm. 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 TV is here. Open. Let's do this one first. Okay. What font is this? It doesn't have a font. Century Gothic? Okay. Yeah, I guess there's got to be an even square across the whole thing. Center, okay. Okie dokie. Alright. Well, this is all just one. Oh my god. Oh, how to make a lane mad. Point fucking one, bro. Alright. That's not even centered! Entry Gothic? Hold on. Entry Gothic. One track and the devil's wings allowed me singing to me. Baifa. Save. Will this have multiple? This needs to go in here. I'll have to deal with that later, but not right now. This one only has bold. Google font, Gothic A1. Okay. This one making scary. I want to use font with good variation. Bibis New, Open Sans, Roboto, Proxima, SF, Display the Apple font, Futura, Avenir. What is that? This one. Oh, Montserrat. What do we have Montserrat, don't we? Oh, what time is it? It's 2:39. Okay. Montserrat. Okay, good. I do. Let me bold italic. Okay. Is this a text frame? It is. Cool. This needs to go here. And then I think that's all as wide as I'll make it. And this needs to be centered. Yeah, let's do it like that. And then you all hold on one layer, chat. How to make a lane sad 101 is you put everything in one layer. Montserrat. It is favorited. Okay, just make it Montserrat. What is this? What is this? Okay, they have another like line here, which makes sense. Okay. Spacing. We want to fix the spacing. Okay, maybe not that close together. Do I want this to be italicized? Yeah. This is the size. I did it, guys. I started to rig, then I realized I had to fix 4 things on the model. Did it, fixed it, and fixed the rigging I started. Fuck, I'm proud of you. Music? What the fuck? Hello? Spotify? Right, it broke. What the fuck? What? Hold on. Hold on, I gotta break my audio for a second. Alrighty, that should be fixed now. And in this, it should be music. There we go. I just had to restart wavelength. There we go. Sorry, let me turn that down a little bit. Okay. My bad. I didn't notice. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, this is gonna... No, they're on the same layer! I'm so sad. Okay. Title, accent. I'm so sad. Hold on. I have to go ask Pixel something. Thank you. What day thank you? Hi, Rhino. Alrighty. I was given permission to fix these. Okay. So I would do this. And the width of the stroke would be more. I like this one more. Like that one. I want to do something like this. More like this. There you go. Just want to make sure which one I like. I like this one. This one's a bit more dynamic. It's like an image almost that they used here. Okay, there we go. Maria. I kind of like that one. Let me see what else we got. No. That's kind of cool. A little big. If I made it thinner, would that be better? This back to normal because I can't see. Made a little bit thicker. Not that one, not that one. Yeah, I think this one was the best one. This is going to be rate 1. Is this the same? Hello! Hi, Period. How are you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Put these here. These are not evenly spaced, and it's making me scream. Okay, that's the top one. Okay, and then the second one. I'm home for work, playing in fit. Oh, are you having fun? I hope you're having fun. I think these might need to scoot in just a little bit more. Thank you for the check-in. I will be working on your stuff today. It will just be later this evening, just as like a communication thing. Because I have a good bit of stuff to do today, but we will start it today. So, not this one. Awesome. Not really in a rush. Valid. Boop, boop. All right. Me. Wait. There we go. And my glasses. I want my glasses. You'll be able to see. Okay, this one. Okay. Hey Oso, how are you? How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Was that cost me a Pokemon Magic the Gathering card? Valid. Tired? Understandable. Oh, this is a bestiary card that I'm working on. I want to be like a little different. Oops. Nope. No. What you say? Which one's this one? I don't remember which one this one is. It is that one. It is the one I just clicked. Fuck. It's this one. I was looking at playing Nikki. No problem. Maybe have fun. Now it's all like a little different. I think that's better. Right. This is part of the background. And this is going to be the title. Accents. Lock. Okay, here we go. Alright, beast large. There we go. Gimme. Scoot. And know what she's thinking. Neither reason. Here's 6. This will be this. This will be 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4. This will be PP 15. It'll be more like this. It'll be grammar sense. 120 feet. I don't know if I'll give it the space. I think I like it like that. Makes sense. 8, 5. And then this is the name. This is the text. And then I think I want this to be. Is my cat sad? I heard a meowing and I'm worried, but I don't know if that was her or not. Stopped. So maybe it wasn't her? Okay. Okay, there's the revision of the front. Let me look at the back. None of this. We turn this off for now. We don't even use any of this. What is this? Okay. That's fine. This is the black darken BG. This would be the background. I think I have to do something similar. Maybe a lot wider. Like this. I don't feel like they want to do this. What do you say? Pick this one, flip them. Put this guy out. There you go. Beautiful people. I took another one and I just kind of overlaid it. I don't really want gaps in between. I think this one's gotta flip. And then this one can flip again. It's not the same. Yeah, and oops, hold on. This one. Okay, and then we can save as. Alright, now we look at all this. Alrighty. I'm just gonna group this. Copy paste. Gotta lurk. Love you. Love you. Have a wonderful stream. You have Dad H. What you doing? Good luck in stream. Thank you. Thank you. I want this to line up. I think it needs to be in the middle. Yeah, okay. And then 115. A little bigger. Oops. You sing it to me. Living dead girl. Alright, there we go. And then making sure that these two are aligned with one another. And then we do favorites, monster rat. This one is a little bit small now. Let me scoot this. 90, I think, is good. 98. There's dollar bills. Before. Oh, make a rectangle. Me, living dead girl. I want this to be centered here. Going to be AC. 14. Speed. It needs enough room to do that, and it doesn't. Okay. Let's make these a little bit smaller. Let's make them like 20. I like around 20. Okay, now can this still do? It cannot. Okay, a little bit smaller then. Okay, cool. I might center these though. No. I think I like that better. Oh my god. Here's what I got. Here's what I got. There we go. I think that's gonna be better. Let's center. That's to the left. Okay. That's better. And then make these a little bit bigger. Yeah. Oh, is this the same? Oh, it's not. How would I divide that into 3? Because it kind of feels... That's what I got. That's center. And if we take it... Would that be a 3rd? Ooh, nope. Oh, excuse me. There we go. Oh, there we go. Oh, wait, we need one of those squares. Let's hide this guy. That one's good. And then now this one. And this can go to the right, I think. I might give it like a straight. I just want to give it like a space after, but it feels like it's not ready in A at all. Moira, what's the matter? There you go. Wait, do I want that or do I want this? I want that. Okay. It's a little jank, but it'll have to do. Oops, not that. Let's not do that. Actually. AC 14. 14. Movie star. Release AC number. AC HP number. HP. This is just to make sure that everything's okay with it. And this is going to be speed. And the speed is 40. Okay. My best friend. Number. Speed. Alright, there you go. Oh my god. The amount that this is off is fucking crazy to me. Oh, just what you're saying. Saying it. Hurts. This is going to be stats. And walk. Okay, and now a night. 2, 1. Close the hearts. Oh, speak again. I wish I could use some of these, but I don't think any of them make sense. Yeah, I don't think any of them make sense. So none. This one will go here. Another divider, go here. That one go here. Okay, cool. And then 1, 2, 3. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. And this will go here. STR. Wait, nope. STR. And we scoot it. Oh, it's so close. New. Oh. Stop. No, please. You're like right there. Stop. Yes. Okay. 15. Yeah, and then this one will go here. Yeah, except I have this bolded. Ooh. X 14. Give, no. Give. Versus STR. Rank. Actually, I should have done this differently. Oop. Where all these lands go. I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. Center. Not that. Perfect soul. Most of the node. Okay, what if it's like +10? a creep. I'm a widow. What am I doing here? I don't belong here. Here's what I do. Took this off. I think I need to bring the card in itself. I forgot what it looks like. Oops. Oops. Okay, there you go. Fucking special. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay. Strength. And then this is dexterity. I'm a weirdo. Oops. That's 14. They get the same +2. And this is on. I should have just left this as the abbreviated. And this is whiz. Or -3. Well, no, I forgot intelligence. How did I forget intelligence? I mean, do we really have to ask how I forgot about intelligence? To be fair. The intelligence is 4, the wisdom is 12, the charisma is 5. It's a -3 +1, -3 +4 +2. Okay. How do I wanna be like I did back then? To a place I love. With me in a way. Wanna feel. Okay, we'll do traits. Stats. Oh my god, my neck, okay. I wanna feel like I did back then. The place I love with me all the way. Wanna feel I did that day. Place I love me all the way. This might be better. There we go, that looks better. Also charisma. Charisma, wouldn't have one of these. This one goes to the left. There's space. We don't bold it. On our constitution +7. We do bold it. Italic. Semi-bold. Yeah. This is saving. Let's do traits. That's saving throws. Delete these. Script. Baby. Medium. Actually, I wanted to put this in the center. Hey, what I want. There you go. Oops. What's up, baby? Why don't you kill me? What's up, baby? Why don't you kill me? I think it should be a little bit thicker. I think I made them medium. Medium is better. What's up, baby? Why don't you kill me? What's up, baby? Why don't you kill me? Oops. Crucify, crucify, and my Savior. $99. 9. Oh my god. God dang it. I cry and pray, mon Dieu. I crucify, crucify like and 9. And if I center it, and it, oh my god. Line. Strike. I have my caps lock on. No. No. Bound. Okay. Tail strike bold. Necrotic. This is monster, right? Yes. Okay. Chronic damage. Oop. Damage. Necrotic damage. Dealt. Feet. I can't. Well, hold on. There you go. Size. Let me look at a D&D monster. D&D. Is my computer okay? What is happening over here? Okay, well, I'll just put this down for now. Say my best friend. Okay, they don't differentiate anything, so. Except damage should be spelled out. Reputation. Cool. Oriented for attack rolls. Okay. And then this is actions. This is going to be rates. And then this is 9 medium pheromone or a range self. Then I could do queen tackle. Actions. This is traits. It should be descriptions, actions, traits, saving throws. Here, unlock. Stat block. Okie dokie. Answer me. Ooh, I need to post this on social media. It's a reason. Boop, 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 boop. It hurts. Hi, Rainer. How are you doing today? Profile, new, this one, Kiwi Goblins books. Beep, 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 beep. Oops. We listened to the song earlier. My wife. Oh, is it streaming right now? Effie? I'll look at Effie's twat. Okay. Kind of forgot what I was doing. Okay, this. And this, okay. Let's see, Nick, Aaron, and I don't need this anymore. The binky. Okay. Alright. Well, I just realized I sent that, but oh my god, I fucked up both. Oh my god. Okay. I uploaded like 2 of the wrong files and I didn't notice until the very end. Also, I apologize if my mic was weird. I realized it was turned all the way to the fucking left. It will be super sensitive. Okay. God dang it. Why? Oh my god. Position at 1? What are you talking about, bro? Is it because I don't have a font? God dang it. Should be good now. Okay, maybe that was a problem. Let me see this. Okay, so this is TikTok versus loss. The editing commissions, make sure that's what I wrote. Oh, 2. Cool. Oop, wrong person. I don't like the wait. I don't like waiting. I hope I sound like an angry duck when I make that noise. Alright, cool. Cool. Alright, now I will put you to sleep, my laptop. Sleep. Alright, I'm gonna get a drink really quick. I'll be right back. Okay. Drink has been obtained. Advancedgg, our daily advancedgg. Okay. And that for now. Okay. Waiting on this. This one I'm waiting on. Waiting for that. Okay. Move these. Okay, so to do these today. But now we gotta go, chat. We gotta go here. We gotta go worky time. You can't see my screen no more. Well, I feel like you could probably see this, but you can't see the other bit. I have to give myself another. Oh, this one? No, what's a different one? Is it this one? No. What the fuck? Which one is it? Huh? Well, now I gotta figure this out. VLT can go sit over here. I think that's okay. There we go. Alright. Where is my task list? Alright, we gotta do. Oop. Start. Model pop. I'm trying to put her. This will be. Video edit. Okay. There you go. I can go back to this. Alrighty. Oh, I should be able to do this fairly quickly if my brain serves me right. If it serves me wrong, then maybe I'm a little cocked, but I think my brain should serve me right on this. Copy image. Okay. Copy image. Copy image. Everything's on posted. I can close this, close. Okay. Oh, okay. Nope, wrong folder. This one. Alrighty. Nope, nope, nope. Okay. This one. Okay, so I should write that down really quick. And then when are we starting the... Let me make a note for that too. Easy to fight with your hands. This is a contract work. All we do is skirt. Whoa. Oh, these are not in. They're not in my new font. I think those are all the assignments I have. Look me in the eyes. Chat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, I forgot one. But I should reorganize this in terms of how I want to do it. So it'll be rooms. Okay, cool. Hi SPF, how are you doing? I'm having a good day. Alrighty, now I can finally get into it. Alright, cool. Cool. Boop, boop, boop. I'm good. How are things going with you? Pretty good. I am just setting up stuff so I can start on some contract work that I have. Was she tiny? Oh, she tiny. Okay. What is my project setting? Who's in my hands is cracking. Grid options. I forgot what the... You look so proper looking at us directly. Yeah? Yeah? You like it? That's what it would be like when I do contract work. But I think... Technically fuck something up in my face tracking. That's so weird that it's like that. I think that's okay though. I'm just gonna... Okay. Windows settings. What is... I forgot what I'm looking for. Settings? Centimeter. Oh, so it's not my fault. Okay. Okay. So tiny. Okay, so this is the female model. Every day that this mother makes done a version. Have to reset all this up. X-ray joints. 0.02 then. Day that this mother made done a version. This little surgeon. Save scene as. Move. I forgot where I put this. Hopefully it's on my work files. It is. Okay, cool. Rename. Wait, did I? What? What? Oh. Hold me. It's getting cold. Sources. Oh, I should set that up too. Resources. Okay, that's, yeah, this is where I found, save the base file. Character base. And now I need to import the male character. What do you mean? Oh, shit. I know the problem. He's still so tiny. He's also, like, not... Kind of interesting. He's not in the same spot. That's okay. Okay, that's fine. He will be different. He will be different. That's okay. Needs to go on top. This. I think I did apply to cool. Forgot that it does that. Space file. Is this what I'm working in? It is. Is this really what I want to do? Kind of, but kind of not. Okay. So this will be. No. We're gonna go in marmoset. Hold on, yeah, you know. I'm all those. It's a joke. Okay. Let's use the female character. It's also female. is the cage. Delete. And this, delete. Cancel, delete. Refuse to slip away. Oh no, I didn't know shit. That's not how it is. Not fully. Those are here. Okay. Camera. New camera. Orthographic. Sky. Oop. What? All the rising running. Okay, import this in here. Let's import it into here then. I have to open Blender. I don't want to open Blender. Yeah, you know I love to get out my lows, knock around and lose control. When do we get Chatelaine? Yes. I don't know how much that would be. Whenever we find out how much it would be to get art and rig. And then we gotta save up. Once I pop off and be famous to afford more than one model. Because, yeah, I have a few models, but I only have, like, all these models because of when I had a job. Let me tell you what, this job that I have right now is not gonna pay for all of that. Okay. File, export. Yes. 10:33. And then I'm too fucking clean. Told me get a job and you ask where the hell I've been. I'm too missing. I'm too fucking dumb. Why is it so much darker? People I could be if you and you hate the fucking lot. It should be that. I want go there. Regular camera. Sage. And then we're gonna punch this in. Ah! Click, click. That is not the same color. This is about to piss me off. It's not taking the same color. And I'm too messy. Yeah. Okay, it's literally the same color all the way across. Open my mouth. Boy, that's so much lighter. like slightly off. That doesn't really matter. Just had to punch up the saturation, which is dumb. Let me just get this one. Are we using fucking ray tracing for this? Yeah, it looks like it. Okay. Hate it when I cry this, it's sometime. Where is it? Where'd you go? I have to go through all these and click this, which is kind of annoying, but it's fine. Yeah, because theirs doesn't either. It's so weird watching me take apart these models just so I can turn off the cast shadows. So I can see myself disfiguring them in the renderer. Ooh. This is gonna take me forever. But I want it to look nice, so I'm doing it anyway. Can I do like a down arrow? No, I can't. Yes, I can. Thank you for the song request. I have to click like each body part, which is like upper arm, lower arm, head, torso, lower torso, upper leg, lower leg, and it's do like for left and right. And it's a lot, and I don't understand why we didn't just have these be one mesh. I could have just re-imported it, I realized, but they want, yeah, they want it in all the directions. Okay, would have been so much easier if this was just one mesh instead of like 4 meshes with different parts. Oh, I was clicking the wrong thing. Gosh darn it. I was clicking the wrong button. Almost there. I just gotta get the last bit of the legs and stuff. Arms. Ooh. I like the song. And okay, I think that's everything. Yup. Yup. How to make this a little dimmer. Let's see, the world is facing this way. I feel like I want to punch this in just a little bit more. Walk. Move these ones. Lock everything else. And now this should be good. As the outfit render scene. Okay. Alright. Alright, time to get working on these bitch finally. That's not what I wanted to close. This is what I want to close. Nope. What the fuck? This is an interesting remix. Ooh, yeah, Pokeball. I will start with this skirt because I want to. What is it, like the bottom right? Why can't I resize this? There we go. And pin, always on top. Alrighty. And then duplicate. Move this. This is going to be the base. Geo. Save. Oops. Save. Okay. We want to do a skirt. So, saving as. I don't know how to spell words. There, this is going to be. Okay. Maybe like 2 different skirts. Do this point. Oh no! Oh no! What the fuck? How the fuck did I do that? What the fuck? Makes sense. Okay, and then listen to a different song. Meh. 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 No, I want that one. this. Like statistical. I think that's how you spell it, statistical. So brave to hold my body down. Around me. Fever. That's how long I lived. Here's what I dreamed of. They once about the wrong I did. My okay. Let me see how this looks. Very form-fitting. So this. Okay. Reset. Ooh, why did it do that? Don't do that. I don't know if I want to blur my screen more. I'm a little worried about it, so I'm just going to blur it a little bit more. Now the inner skirt needs to come down more. Object X. Please sacrifice. Let me in your skin and bones, yeah. Let you go, lose control, yeah. Doki. I'll make this a little bit bigger. Okay, it looks like there's like... This is going to be base skirt. I don't want to go about doing that. I think it goes... First it goes here. Okay, and then... Well, maybe that's a little bit too low. So let's take this guy, slide him up a little bit, like here. Yeah. Okay. And then duplicate, hide, and then this one comes out and down. Mm-hmm. 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 Okie dokie. I think this is a little too short. There we go. And then we have the other piece. I think I want to do it like this. Oops. Spirit. Ooh, that doesn't look good. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, that's not doing what I wanted to do. That's fine. This one. I like this song. I do like this song. This is a good pick. It's a good pick. Okay, and then this is longer. This one, this one, this one. And then there we go. Move on to something. So take this way. Mm. What is that? Huh. Why did that part become funky? Is it the other one that I wanna bevel? Is that the one I wanna bevel? It is. This one needs to get fixed. Oh, Howdy, all right, boy. How you doing? How you doing? Let's fix it up. And two. Oops. Oh, a little bit bigger. Still feels kind of low. Let's get this a little bit more. Me in the morning to apologize. Every little light's gonna reflect. Into my eyes. Get out of line. Tiny bunch of love songs. Put your hands on me. Song selection volume. Go. Put your hands on me. Never, never let go. Wish me knew. Never fall into a palette. Every little bite's got butterflies. Look into my eyes. We get out alive. It's so dirty, but your little so sweet. Oop, on two. It just feels like this one's a little bit too close. Okay. Got that element, this element. This element feels a little wonky. I'm just gonna smooth it. And then I have to put stars on it. Okay, that. There is a split, like in one of these. So I have to do one here. Bevel it just a little bit, not that much. Oh my gosh, playing such good music right now. Shame on me. Release. Control my place. I wanna go all over here. Moving tonight. Okay, and then we can remove this line. And I'm going to poly extrude. Oh! Okay, not that much. And then this one I want to bevel. I think I did this a little bit wrong. I bevel this. Give me the thingy. A little bit thick. I wanna go all the way. This one I want it to go in. And then I want to bevel it. Whoop, whoop. Go all the way up my. I can't tell if there is a seam there or not. I don't think there is. No, if this goes like this. How do I do this? Modify. No, it's create. Modify. Convert. Subdivs polygons? No. Particle fluid, distance, texture, paint, bezier, nerve script, subdivisions. Smooth mesh to polygons. There we go. Actually, about a week ago, with my ass off. I feel like this is too much. And now we bevel it. Ooh, at the time of my life. Ooh, at the time of my life. Let's do it this. Let's make this 3. Move. Okay, cool. We read about a week ago. I worked my ass off. I'm gonna tell you though. No, in this bed. Oh no. Ooh, at the time of my life. Oh fuck. How's that? Oh. 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 My goodness, people. My gosh. I need this to come out. Gonna be lit about a week ago. I worked my ass off. I can't pay it though. I want the pleats to be like tighter, and I don't know how to do that. I think maybe if I brain tell me to make more overlap, make more tighter pleat, but don't know if that how work with model makes sense in real life, but don't know if work on model. Let's find out. Gonna do something. Everybody gonna do something. Been there, done that. Yeah. Only thing I kind of want to fix is the butt area. Maybe not that much. Maybe like a little bit though. Ooh, it's on my mind. Maybe it's okay. I think it's kind of cute, to be honest. Yeah. I'm just gonna make sure that the bottom is. No. Oh, again, I wanna come party with you. The free to mesh. No, that backplate is not blatant. What's your issue? Oh. Okay. Oh, I see. That's why you're not pleating. That's pretty good. Oh, I didn't do both sides. Cool. Modify, convert, or oh, nope. Oh man, what happened here? Oh man, okay, go back. Go back. The ocean. Lace. Move. Eternity. I feel like this is off. I should scoop this side out. A little bit more subtle. The bigger solution is better. I feel like part of the skirt is a little like inwards. I think this actually. Ooh. Yeah. I feel like this should like curve out more. And the bum kiss got pulled in. Not what I meant. Not what I meant. Oops. Nope. I like did it for half of it. Okay, it's like the butt's like not right. Their butt ain't right. Is this something I want to do in the low? Probably. Oh, this potato part is too big. That is better, but it's still off. What the fuck? Oh. Get more bones. There you go. Yeah. That's better. Alright, delete. Oop. Now we have the skirt, the extra layer, the inner skirt. And I feel I have made it a bit too short. This long. Yeah. And there you go. Yeah. I don't extrude anything in. This is going to be. This is. Hi, Dib. How are you? Hope you're having a great day. Did I ever take my meds? You always use those cute emotes in my chat. I love them. I have not. I need to take them. Well. Alright. You and I got way too attached. I wasn't the plan. Okay, so what is this? The skirt low. I'm going to be front video. I'm gonna duplicate it so that way we can have. Yeah, that doesn't look great. Okay. That's what I thought. You know what? I don't know about that. I don't think extruding it is gonna help at all. Edit little whites. Hi Shadow, how are you? There you go. Alright, so we got most of the skirt done. The biggest thing is going to be... Ow! Ow! Let's do the stars. Create... this? Nope. Okay. Okay. Vertex. I'm good. I'm good. Just trying to figure out how to make a star in 3D. I feel like I'm thinking about this too hard. Look at the star. Star 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's just okay. Nope, I know how to do it. I need a cylinder, and I need to make the cylinder 5 sides. And I just need to cut past here. And we select every other edge, and then we womp. And there you go, a star. That I feel is a little wonky. I will fix. Boop. Boop. Yeah. I think I did that right. Boop. 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 Oops. Boop. 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 How one makes star? I am minor confusion. I've always been confused on how to make stars like this. Oh, I figured it out. Cool. Star looks like so wonky to me. It is.
Open your POV. I'm at your door. Open
Welcome on in. How is your stream? You were streaming Who's Your Daddy? How was that? Were you playing with a friend or were you playing by yourself? Welcome on in, everybody. Mom said to come by and say hi. Who's mom? Who mom? Which mom? Well, hello, mom. Hi, mom. Hi. How was your stream? Did you have fun streaming? Hello to everyone. My name is Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow, and I'm currently working on some 3D contract work for a game development thingy. So unfortunately, you can't really see what I'm doing, but I'm glad you stopped by. If you need to get some rest after your stream, because streaming is a big old hunk of cheese, feel free to get some rest. Go poop yourself if you got it, if you're lactose intolerant. But otherwise, I hope you enjoyed just hanging out with us. We're playing. Oh, you were playing with Ellie and Josiah. That's awesome. Well, welcome on in. I have been put in my corner, which I should be like right here. Well, welcome on in. I'm glad you had so much fun. Thank you so much for the raid. It means a lot to me. And yeah, I hope you enjoy our cozy vibes here. If you need to go rest, again, feel free to do so. Wonderful Pup, thank you for following. I appreciate you a lot. I appreciate you a lot. I appreciate Wade. I appreciate your follow. I appreciate your existence. This star still looks janky as fuck. I'm trying to make a star in 3D, and for some reason, it's just a little janky. I think I got it. I think. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. I think that was. Yep. Oh, well. Kind of. The bottom's like offset. There we go. Here I made my star. Made a star. I really don't think I have to make all that. Oh, super fancy. Boop. Is it like on the... No, it's like a little offset. His eyes. I want to feel right. Reset. That does not stick out far enough. I'm so ridiculous. Need of 90. 180. There we go. I was a little confused why that looked weird, but now it looks fine. I think the stars are meant to be smaller. Well, first of all, I put it on the wrong part of the skirt. So, yeah, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. I feel like this was meant to be a little bit smaller. And then this is meant to be shorter. Hold his eyes. Hold his eyes. Oh, okay. Don't feel right. Oh. Where did the star go? Come back, little star. Feel like I did something wrong here. I think it's this. And that. There we go. Cold as ice. Alright. Something don't feel right. Don't feel right. What if? I did delete them. Alrighty. And then if I made this a live surface. Alright, so there's approximately 5 in the front. I'm gonna rotate it a bit. Oh my god, the camera's so sensitive because this area is so small. Actually, no, I should do one. Oh, no, it doesn't do that. Interesting. Oh, I have no idea. Wait. Oh god, where'd it go? Okay. No, it's gonna be mesh distribute mesh. Oops. History. Distribute mesh. Vertex. A face. Also. Vertex, random vertex, face center. I know it doesn't tease me. Oh yeah, what's up with this side? So far set in. Oops. Scoot over a little bit more. Scoot over a little bit more. Yeah. Mirror object. It did not want a mirror. That's alright. Mirror it by hand. Like this one goes here, and then it's like wave, 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 wave. Yeah. These are like. Now I do the skirt. There we go. Dun, 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 dun. And then it's 1, 2, 1, 2, yep. Like rhinestones. There's a speck that's sticking onto the skirt. I fixed it. Does it? One, two. Oh, let me back in. On the devil's head. Down the devil and the devil said, hey, you come so sweet. There's so many stars. I hate manually placing all these, but it be what it be. Two. Okay. 1, 2. One, two. One, two. One better than me. One better than me. Alright. I'm gonna modify this part of the skirt a little bit. Okay, I think that's fine. And then let's turn this on. Okay, and now we have the stars. Maybe we'll want a lower one because the skirt's just a little off. There you go. Beber. Grab live money, you know what I'm saying? No sponge like fun. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna make the thing and then go from there because I think be that be the best. I'm tired of go wherever I go. Meow meow meow. Meow meow meow. And with the beep, beep, a little smaller. It's like pearl smaller, so it's like oh no, me boy, what did I know? Eyes grow, leaves with hydro. I don't know areas whenever it goes wherever I go. With the and need more pearl. There's a lot of money. The star keeps shining. Look at roach in the city that we. I think the pearls are like too big. And the lean go inside all. There goes wherever I go. Meow meow meow. Meow meow. Meow meow. That's like, I feel like that's like half. What it means to reciprocate. I can't be expected to tolerate. Alright, and this is the and then this one is a bunch of edit. I have to make a really fucking long line of pearls. That should be good. Okay. And then I'm gonna duplicate this. There's technically two, and then I'm gonna do that on top. And combined, and then bring back the base geometry. I'll use our flat. My object follow curve. There's no much. Oh, okay. Draw a curve. Okay. I'm gonna like rest on the hip. Rely on you. Your faith in one in your pocket, are you just happy to see me? Make it sexy. That's me. Make it sexy. Okay, now how do I do it? Draw a curve in the scene to indicate the path you want the object. Turn you can duplicate or use the next curve. Select the object you want to evenly position. Modify snap align. Modify snap align objects. Wait, what? Modify position marker. Select the objects you want to have evenly. Okay, so does it need to be? I don't like it. Modify. How does this work? What the fuck? What the fuck? The form. Where did you get this? Okay. The form curve wrap. Oh, oh, oh! Okay, this means we have a bit too many. Okay, now try it. The form curve wrap. God damn! Also, this curve is correct. Hold on, I wanna undo some things and then I'll do this again. First off, this needs to be more up here. And bring it out a bit more. Mostly token. Okay, let's remove these ones. Yes! Yes! Alright. Yippee. I think maybe the pearl's too big again. Duplicate. Fine. Hide. Stray freeze. Do. Form. Oh. That was too short. Okay. That's like almost long enough. There we go. And then I'm gonna go curve warp. Scale. No, I don't want any of that. I'm gonna do that. Yeah. And then I did this. Copy, paste this guy. Take this curve. Rotate it around. Almost. These ones. There we go. I'm finally home. Welcome home. Welcome home. This is Pearl Chain 1. Curve 2. Perform correct. Okay, maybe like half. What is my problem? I don't know if that'll work. Still too many. Okay. Wait, what if I make them smaller? Satisfied with your huge life. Oh my god. There's so many pearls. No, go away. There we go. Ow. Put this on here. Okay. Hi, Vexed. Hope you're having a good day. I'm sorry that I'm a bit more quiet today. Work's got me in a chokehold. And not, I guess you could say it's kind of sexy because I get paid. This one needs a layout pass. I don't think we have to get this one. I'm gonna give this one to you yet. You're all good. I'm just vibing the music. I'm glad. Hope you're having a good, cozy day. There we go. Okay, but I should make not like no tension anywhere. Okie dokie. I just realized a thing with this, and I am upset because I didn't realize it sooner. What are you working on? I'm making a skirt. It has a bunch of beads on it. It's being a little bit of a bitch because of, like, the fact that I have to pretend like it's hanging. The angle at which it's hanging, it kind of sucks. I don't like it, really. That's okay. Just gotta realign it a bit. And this guy gotta get realigned. Get on there. Get on there. Get back on there. Get it. Okay. Okay. Looking good. Okay. Oh, there you go. Now it's like not sagging in the front. God damn it. Okay. I'm trying to decide if I want to redo it one more time. Can I edit the scale? There we go. Yeah, there we go. And can we do that for this too? There you go. Bamber. And then they got me so fucked up because like they have this other chain that they want me to do on it too, and I'm like, that's gonna take fucking 20 years. I'm gonna see if I can just do the major ones. If I can just get away with doing the major ones. Modeling all of the tiny ones is just so not worth it. BLT is working on his dissertation or his PhD in being a little guy. I like either the creator, but like right now is not. Eh. Sure. Okay. Ooh. Out of me. The sin of the liar every time. Not a real me. Okay, this one is more loose. This is not as rigid. Please. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that looks fine in the back. Scoot it a little bit. There. And then they want the small pearls again. And one. And five. I think I might have fucked one thing up, but it's okay. Chain 2 flat. This is gonna be like half the size, I think. What did you say? Okay. Um, no. There we go. Yeah. Let's be alone together. Where does it connect? It connects at like the transitional point between the coral and...
Open your door, POV, I'm at your door. Open your door.
How was your stream, Star Bunny Raid? Stardust Bunny Raid, welcome on in, Raiders. How was your co-working? What did you guys work on? Smatter Snars. Smattered Stars, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in, and thank you so much for the raid. It went well, thank you. I was studying. Whoa, what were you studying? Hope you had fun studying at the very least. Currently, we are working on some contract work for a client. I can't share my screen, unfortunately, but I hope you had fun with your stream. Cardiology? You're a medical student? Whoa, we got a big brain in the house. Welcome on in. If you need to get a break to get a little snacky to reward yourself for all that hard studying you did, feel free to get some. Otherwise, I hope you have fun hanging out with me. I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting that like this will change. This changes. I am sitting here. We're in a different scene. But yeah, I hope you had a wonderful time. And I'm Elaine, if you don't know. I do a lot of everything. We do video editing, 3D art, game development, and everything under the sun except for big brain stuff like cardiology. But we are blessed to have you here. And I hope you enjoy the vibes. Alright, so... Okay, I think... Is this Panic at the Disco? It is. Yeah, feel free to request any song you'd like. I just let chat play whatever music they want. Because it's not gonna be the VOD. So that's the pog part. Control chain 2. Alright, I got the chain. Say yes. I think. I think I have to change part of the curve wall. There we go. Now they're more ovular. It's a little big though, ain't it? I think it's fine. I think like the thing here is I need to make this a little bit taller. I mean, they're different, but I don't think it's gonna matter. Now I have to make a cross. And I don't want to. I'm not making the tiny chains. I am not making the tiny chains. Not right now. No, sir. Thank you for the song request. Let's make this cross. Look at my life. What? Alvin and the Chipmunks. Alvin and the Chipmunk. Thank you for the wellness check. I will redeem that in 10 seconds. Boop boop. Swoop. Off. So tell me pretty lies. Is the no this one? Okay. Let me drink some water. Alrighty. I think this has to be smaller. Yeah, pretty small. And then this one comes out. What I'm doing after work, but I bought a cookie cake and a slice of fancy cheese. Ooh, you should have a little charcuterie board. You have a little charcuterie board. That sounds fun. You could write, drink some wine if you're into drinking wine, and then you could write something, you know? I don't want to do the thing that I have to do for this, but I'm doing it anyway. No. Up to you, like I don't mind if you fuck with my life. Go for all your lies. Ooh, that's gonna bug me. First off, that doesn't have. What? There you go. We're just gonna have this to center. It should also be these guys to center as well. Our shed, including these guys. Oh, now he's all off. God damn it, Kiwi. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. What is this? Oh. Okay. Not what I expected, but alright. Oh my god. Rap remix. Kinda go hard though, not gonna lie. Damn, this cheese is actually pretty good. What kind of cheese is it? What kind of cheese? What the fuck? North Sea? I don't know what that is, but it sounds fancy as fuck. Doesn't need to be in this one. I think I fucked this up. I can fix it though. I forget what it means, but it had a picture of a cow. Very valid. Only level 2. This gourmet cheese has smooth, slightly sweet yet piquant flavor, balanced with surprising tang, nuttiness, and a hint of North Sea saltiness. Fancy? God, I don't really want to do this anymore. I gotta keep doing it. World. Alright. It was $22 a pound, but I only buy cheese from the bargain bin. That's valid. Me and Pixels do the same thing. Alright. Oh no, I want you to clean it up for me. There's a child running around downstairs and it is annoying me. Mesh, clean up. Yeah, I'm too lazy to fix this myself. Let's go. I like tequila. Damn, this shit tasty. Movie. Damn, this shit tasty. Why? Is your head? Like more like here. Walls caving on you. You're gonna go without you. You know, I'm curious about in cultivation stories where the MC is isekai. Why don't they get enlightenment from fantasy and all if they can get it from chess? It's awful. There's another cross on here, but I am just gonna take a tinier one. I'm just gonna put it over here. Because if I'm honest, I can't be fucked. Okay. Okay, hide. I was surprised. Have you a bathroom mate? Yeah, hard worker. Yeah, I think I had one earlier because I drank a lot of water. I do want to eat my banana dough. Because I am at a point with this model where I think I'm done with it.
Oh, you got it. It didn't work. Why is it not working? I can't hear anything more. Why is it not working? What the fuck? It was working earlier. This was themed to BBC Kids channel for the longest time. Great tune. Valid. Lots of monkeys. Also valid. Hold on. Why the fuck is this not working? Can't hear it. Why? Why? What is that? What? Why is it not going in through? This is not working. Like, I can hear it. Can you guys hear it? I don't see it going through. What is happening? Restart Sammy. Get out of here, Sammy. Exit Sammy for. Yes. What's happening? CBBC was like free Cartoon Network. Cartoon Network was already free, wasn't it? Technically? Well, I guess not.
Glorb, you're gonna want to glib this.
Fix.
I'm the trash man.
The trash man. Okay, now this should work, right?
La 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 lava. Chicken. These lava chicken, yeah, stinky as hell. Ooh, Mama Sita, now you're ringing the bell. Crispy and juicy, now you're having a snack. Ooh, super spicy, it's the lava attack.
Yeah, there you go. Login. Cool. The skirt looks really cool. I hope to God that they're like, this is good enough. Because if they don't, I might blow my brains out. Paste. It's where we first got things like Mr. Oh, yeah, PBAs. PBAs. That is now defunded. It does not exist anymore. Oh, my brain. Okay. File, open, reason. No, wrong model. Apparel, lace skirt, this one. Don't tell me that the model is a different, oh, it is a different size. Okay, I need to fix one thing. Combine. Yep. Okay. It was, I guess it, yeah, it was on cable. In the machine, FPP, 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 oh, why did I, oh, okay. Center. What? Okay. I don't know where the bottom of the hip is. Okay, that's the booty. There we go. That's... Ah, Poopenhagen. Complete. Not too big. Could have been me. Could have been me. That feels a bit wide again. Look like it's like the... Oh, it's because I'm too low. Oh. I was gonna say, I could have sworn I made it a tighter fit than that. Wow. It's because it's orthographic. No, it's... I do want to bring the dolls. No, if I select that, but... Okay. Is it gonna look better in... But when it's just a skirt, do they have an example when it's just a skirt? I see. Okay. I'm gonna turn ray tracing off for now. Oops. World space. And then rotate it. Another day. Another boy. Okay. I see something I should have done. Wife woke up from her nap, we will grab her dinner, no problem. I think this skirt. I just want to say that your stream looks real cute. I'm glad you think so. Alright, so this is gonna be like a gray, I think. Alright. Yeah, such a kind stranger. Who could this person be? Make it like a light pink. And then, yeah. Yes. You gonna break? It broke. Oh, what the heck? I didn't know this. Yeah, I know. If you know this, alrighty. This is good. Oh, wait. I gotta redo this now. God darn it. Dude, what's up? What's up? Center pivot. Why is it not centering the pivot? Oh, there you go. Ooh, very cool. Oh my god, you're the girl. You're my world. Oh, I have to find where the bottom of the torso is again. Up. Over left. Down left. I've been waiting for this feature since the campaign started. Is it the mod workshop? Vision ranges. Oh, interesting. Okay. Is it control? It is. Love you till the sun don't shine, till the sun don't shine. Shine. Do this one because it's faster. Love you till the sun don't shine. The sun don't shine. Never mind. Other things. I can give each of you a range that you can see to. Nice. Yeah, because Choco's is way further than the rest of ours. To be fair. Oops. Oops. What's up? What is the height for this one? Scale, position Y. Radio. There we go. This one's the same. It's the same. Oh, we really need that for the underwater area where you can't actually see it very far, and it's hard for me to balance everything. That's valid. I know what I need. What Lambert is this? How are you doing? I'm good. I just spooked myself. I'm trying to render this. Render. Silly cat cow, thank you. Contract this one. New camera, regular camera. Render image. There's a little part of the butt sticking out. No. Oh no, it's the star. Oh, I thought that was the butt sticking. Okay. Increment and save. What time did I start? How long has it been? Where's my perf? 340. 340, that took me 2.5 hours. Let's do this. 2.5 hours. Save. I gotta send it. Finished. This is good before posting it in the
Silly Billy versus the Demon Core. Begin.
What? Please. Not the demon core. No. What is the demon core? What anime is this from? It's not an anime. What? What's it from? What is it? Real life? Oh shit. I don't want to start on the other one, but I won't finish it. I just want to make the top. Spaghetti noodle shrimp. Spaghetti noodle shrimp. I'm gonna have to put it on the male body, but that's nuclear. What does that mean? What does that mean? Save app. Yo, my name is Silly Billy, and I'm 100% that bitch. It's 6 p.m. Oh, God, to me. You could have had a bad bitch. Non-committal. Help you with your cold beer. Just a little. Don't hold me down. You hold me back. That's a sound of me not calling you back. Ish one, I think. Moreover. I just want to make the base one of this. And then I think I gotta go video edit. Just how video edit stuff. Bom bom dee do be bo bo day. Oh, that breaks my heart. You ain't gonna start. I mean, who would hide this? I would never, ever, 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 ever be your side chick. Even single. Okay, it's 2 a.m. Me go bed. Good night, Condemn. Thank you for stopping by. It means a lot. I hope you have a wonderful night's sleep. Be great. Don't text me. Tell it straight to my face. Let me down at the salon chair. And just get you out of my hair. Ooh. And so do I. Thank you for the wellness check. Stretch a little bit. Pushing like ay. Like ay. They're gonna be great. Alright, there's that. And then this is gonna have a lot more like oh my god, my laptop made noise and scared the shit out of me. I like more like this, ain't it? Yeah. That's crazy. Was it a Discord notification? No, it was just... No, it was like the Windows sound. There's a Windows voodoo. Oops. Okay, no. At my house every week and so. Favorite song. I won't be here long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shit. Why you move faster? Yeah, bygones be bygones. I'm gonna be paid for your friends. And there's a compliment. Okay. I just dropped the first episode of the series that got me into D&D in the fridge. Ah!
I mean, it's possible. Maybe it was a Discord notification. I just, my brain just tuned it out. I wanna be with you. Oh my god. Ooh. Oh my god, this is so annoying. I wanna be with you. Mm-hmm. 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 Hope of a happy ending. Together was perfect. It's a shame because the guy running it got burnt out before they could finish the story. Damn. That's unfortunate. Unlock. Technically, it was also my first experience with indtubers. Oh. Very cool. Oh, I removed a thing I shouldn't have. I didn't realize I removed. Oop. Oh, what you say, what you do. I'll stay with you. Oh, not that one. Okay. Yeah, and then I'd fix some of this up a little bit more. And then this I remove. Because it's gonna give me a headache if I don't. This one, this one. If Paper Dolls were, the way he had it set up was kind of a pseudo live animated D&D KB. Like if Paper Dolls were used, that's cool. I like that. That's really cool. Sorry, I didn't mean to yawn in the middle of that. Like I've just used my brain so much more today than I normally do that it's like, ugh. It's okay. It is a-okay though. I'm a bitch. I'm a boss. I'm on a bitch. I'm a boss. I'm a shine like glass. I'm a bitch. I'm a boss. Boss and a shine like glass. One of the best ones. Can you say who you got contracted with? I don't know. I don't know. I do not know. There was just a lot of legalese in the document that I signed, so I can't say much. I feel it was mainly about like, hey, don't talk about what you're working on. You can say who your employer is, not what you are working on. Okay, I am working for Toya, an outsourcing company. I believe it's an outsourcing company for Roblox stuff. I like how this bodice is like wanting to form itself. The top of this is wanting to form itself because I'm kind of just smoothing it out right now. But this isn't really how the reference looks, and it makes me sad because I really like how it looks right now, but I'll make it more accurate. I actually really like this song. Whoa, why? When's the milk up home map with Michael? Never. I ever do that, it's not me. It's not me. That's not me anymore. Don't trust them. It's not me. They killed me for my IP. If that happens, they killed me for my IP, and you guys have to get revenge. You understand? I need confirmation that you guys understand that if anything like that ever happens, that means I'm dead. And they've hidden my body somewhere. Did you see the AgriCrab say they'd rather you pirate the game? Yeah, Cliff. The fucking peak knockoff fucking Cliff. Yeah, dude. Oh, that was fucking crazy. You know, game devs work hard, but people who are trying to microtransactions out of kids work differently. All I'm gonna say. Object. Reset. I might just reset. I just want this to be thinner. Okay, you're about halfway through your normal stream link and your brain is struggling. What do you mean? I'm not struggling. Kiwi, no, Kiwi. I was gonna finish. I was gonna finish the stream. Kiwi. Okay. Let me increment save really quick. Alright, fine. Let me go back over here. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. Again. I don't know what I want to do. Just 5 minutes. Don't have the game, but get up, get the blood. Fine. I'll go take a break. I'll go make a peanut butter jelly sandwich. Okay, I'll be right back. Just for you, Kiwi. I'll go make a peanut butter jelly sandwich. I'll be right back.
While mom is away, I'll share what I know, I'll share the poem I wrote while she was being a hard-working single mom. A single mom who works 2 jobs, who loves her kids and never stops, with gentle hands and the heart of a fighter.
And I've returned. Remember, folks, even if you work yourself or work for yourself for free, that you should follow. You guys are my labor. Sorry, day gets a dream. I got you. I can add the song. It's okay. I got it. Let me add it. I got it. Add the queue. I hope this is the song. I got it. Oh god. Also, I really like the poem. Did chat, do you know about Dolly Parton by any chance? Is that where that inspiration came from? Also, do we have time left? Oh, it's because I left. Okay. Oh wait, wrong one. I know this song, but I don't know what it's from. I'm not savvy. Spotify. You're fine. You can just put the Reba. Okay. Valid. Listen, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of whamming. I just like that Reba is in Young Sheldon. That's my thing. Display, it's mostly fine. But yeah, valid, thank you. What is this from? I've heard this song before. Oh, I heard this at the end of fucking Electric State. The one you get fired because of corpos. That's valid. I think it's as long as I'm not like, hey guys, I'm making this item for X project for X thing, and I'm getting paid. Blah, yeah, you know, like that. I think I'll be fine, bam. But thank you, Kiwi. I appreciate your diligence. Yeah, this played at the end of Electric State, the movie. How thin is this? It's pretty goddamn thin. Alright, I just wanna... Moira, what the fuck are you doing? I hear my cat just like bumping her ass against my desk underneath it. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Don't believe me. It's not my user, but it's a good song. Yeah, I like it. It's a good song. I apologize if that's not where it's from. It's just, that's where I've heard it before. You cables down there? What you doing? What you doing? What you doing there, pumpkin? Believe. Oops. Nope. Too vertices. God damn it. I never found this song long before Electric State. I listen to weird stuff. I like 90. No, that's valid. Those TikToks that are like, place this. I listen to anything, friend, have ruined me. But also have put me up Kawaii core. I'm down for it. I'm here for it. Really digging when Vex shows us any hyper pop I really like it. I also like that genre. It's a good genre. I blame streamers. I've never been exposed to Viking goth metal, which I never thought I would ever listen to. Pretty good. He's pretty good. I still draw the line at country. That's valid. I think some country music is okay, but not a majority of it. Probably like who? Yeah, you probably like who. I agree. This makes me feel like I'm watching a really weird Cartoon Network or like a Adult Swim fucking advertisement. Oh my god. I think that's pretty good. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Increment save. Alright. That is that. I am. Did I put this one? Cancel. Did I put this one into do? No, I put this in progress. I put this one in progress. Okay. Close. Okay. I feel like I just closed something weird, but that's okay. Just. It's fine. Telephone. Actually, let's do it like this. No show has done better than the intro of Cowboy Bebop. That's fair. I've never seen Cowboy Bebop, but I heard it's really good. Alright, check my VJ at home. Thank you so much for commissioning me. Even more as complete. I had a brief time where a good amount of my TikTok were Mongolian and other tribes. Yep. Final upload file. Ursa. Loss. Did Sora send me the stuff yet? Sora hasn't sent me the stuff yet. I want my comic. So excited. Thank you so much for commissioning. Video. I can't spell commissioning correctly. Whip. Okie dokie. We can go back to our normal state of being. God damn it, I clicked the thing again. Then I clicked the other thing. And now I fucked up. It's okay. Alright. Also, I don't know if there's something you should. I don't know if there's something with me sharing TikToks and PC because I know I sent you more edits last week than you got. I don't know. Maybe they were removed, maybe or something. My arm. Alright. Fucking damn it. Fat finger 2 buttons. Alright. Oh, okay. Now my headset's falling off. Simon and Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Waters, are tribal chanting. Okay. Am I forgetting anything? I don't think I am. Oh, I also have to change this back. But I have a feeling this is okay. Not change it right now. What? What? Oh, it's because of that. So now when I look. Yeah, you jump scared me with my own fucking stream. Oh, banana chips. Baby. I feel like my stuff is off. Yeah, I have full clip already. I like this person's VTuber model as well. Oh, this person's still on. Yeah, quick edit, and then I have the rough cut. I don't have idea, no specific content in mind, but a cute caption, meme, SFX. Oh, let's get it done. I'm sure my face tracking's off again. What's happening? Uh, 30? There we go. Only native 20, it feels like. There we go. Alright, cool. Okay. I feel like that would be an awakening moment for some library. Ancient history. I was at a library at the University of Washington, Seattle back in the early 70s. They had an audio section you could call up for listening. Back then, it was record or reel to reel. It was record to reel, so I got to watch the machine go and grab the record to play like some gigantic. That's really cool. This is what those mutated orcs saying on their way in the Lord of the Rings. Damn! On Mongolian dark speech is crazy. Yum, 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 yum. I realize that this one's gonna have to have it in the other way. Okay. This one. Let's say project as no melon. Yeah. With this. Okay. The text font will be. I like Lotto. I think Lotto matches their VTuber a lot. I'm gonna scoot this over. This is very quiet. I feel like I have to go this up to end. have to like clip out all the parts we don't need. um Hi, Jinka. Hi, Chubby. Do we want to? Oh my god. Okay. I think the bit ran its course by that point. Let me look at this again. Okay. I think it start with this one where he's like, is it Friday? No, it is not. I wish it was. Yeah. Oh, wait, is that just you editing? It is. Oh, my bad. Did that go through? I'm sorry. Yeah, I have to edit this clip. What's this? Let's go. We editing together. Let's go. I just popped back giving some writing advice. Ah, gotcha. No. No. Meh. I think it's go, I'm embarrassed. And then him be like, what is this? And be like, what is this? Okay, is this they're a literature RPG author, but they have some habits they need to work on for those kinds of readers since their style is so influenced by manga and manhwa. Cool. I'm currently doing the worst part of editing for me, formatting into a normal size of TikTok. I'm doing the worst thing, and it's timing. It's time. I don't like doing timing when there's a lot of downtime. Or like where, like I get the bit, but I kind of have to make the bit myself. Okay, this was just silence. I'm glad Twitch cops it for you. Good luck, Oso. I know you'll make it look good. Yeah. Sometimes it can be hard to do it yourself, but I personally don't mind it. And then... Wait. Nah. So this is like the try to. This will count, I don't know. Okay, so I think this needs to go in the beginning now. So I'd go... That's all. I feel like the pad part isn't just, it's like... It's like, so he confuses two things in this. He doesn't know what a tampon and he doesn't know what a pad is. But I feel like we should just stick with the tampon bit. I think that one's fine. Where does he realize? Maybe for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. I think it's gotta be like this. And then like this. So it's like... Remember that, Pap? Like... That's better. Okay, so this, and then let's yeah. And then where does... Okay, so there's a part, I think, in here, right? There's a part in here where chat's, like, reacting to this. Let me see. Right here. Nope, stop it. Stop it. I guess we'll keep this, but we're just gonna make it... We're just gonna mute this for now. I don't think I need this part. And I just need to speed it up. Main screen's like 400. So now this part will go here. And go... I think I gotta start at the snow no. And then crop it here. So it would be... And I gotta just clip this in a little bit, this in a little bit. Like this. And it'll be like 1 minute earlier. And then we do this. Do these tracks. I'm gonna go. Okay. And then I think I got all the clips. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm going to... Oh. Clip, remove these. Bring this down here. Or... yeah, down here is fine. Link clips. Oh wait, not yet. So I want this one to be this part, like his gaming. And now I gotta find this one. Do it here. We'll do it like this. And like, I think raising it there is fine. And then we have the top track, which move track up. Hello? My DaVinci is frozen. Oh! This is done. This is done. This. Hopefully the skirt's good. I'm hoping and praying. Why, DaVinci? Why are you not responding? I think DaVinci crashed. Close program cancel. We gotta reopen you again. There you go. You actually opened on the first try. That's crazy, bro. Okay. This one. Cool. Alright. Move track up. This one. And then this is actually a zoom in on this. I don't know if I want to speed it up like I did though. How did he do it? Link clips. Change this back to 100. Reset. What did he start it on? Okay, it's a little bit before this actually. Oh, I think I know what's happening here. It's okay, so just this one. No. Okay, and then, oh no. We'll go. To be honest, I didn't know you could fake the speed of Twitch chat. Would be okay. So I'm gonna just adjust this a little bit. So it would be like this, and like this. And flips. Let's see. Oh, unlike them. Relength them. Move the audio. There was no accident. Can I have him talking about something else while he's like in there? I wonder if I remove this and I do this. And then I do oh shit. Okay, so it's like oop. Okay, this a little bit at the end and then a little bit at the beginning, I think. Will be and then at this point I can link these. I don't know what the please for. Oh. Wait, does chat tell him what it is? After like a bit, did they be like, hey, it's actually this? Not that one. Something like this. And then maybe instead we put down here instead we put or unlike the clips. Oh, wait, no, wait. Oh no, I have to do a lot of stuff. Okay, no. Where is it? Where is it? I gotta read. Okay, yeah, no, that's right. So then it would go. Boop. Boop. Okay, hang on. Wait. And then. It would be. Wait. Right? And then it would be the clip. Okay, no, it would be. Then it would be. Oh, wait, no, I could do. Okay, hold on. I have to take a picture. Nope. Let's see. Strawberry Stardust. Their tampons and tampons. I was going to my Mac. It's my mom's birthday, and I'm getting some sweets. Yum! Yum, 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 yum. This. Germalyn Joy, welcome on in. Thank you for the check-in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. And then this one. Now this should pair pretty nicely. So it should be. Or should this be at the end, maybe, instead? So I'm just gonna put this all together so I can see how it feels. Oh. Okay. It's like. Okay, so it's this part that I want to cut. So No, I changed my mind. It should be here, but it's this part. And then go. Okay, and then this one needs to have this one again. Okay, yep, I like it. Okay, it's coming along. And then we go here. Line clips, line clips. Oh, we know. Tomorrow, let's do it tonight. Okay, make sure these are all in place. Oh, and then I feel like this is like not correct either. Let me take this one. Yeah, it's this one. Alright, let me clear them. People life, baby. And then here. They're leaning so far out. Right, so they go. We're getting it. We're getting there, chat. I want to have dynamic cropping now. I thought we'd be fine without the cropping, but I gotta add the cropping. Crop time. Main image. Nope. Did I do this part wrong? What? Oh, this is the top part, right? Oh wait, I did it wrong. I feel like I've done something wrong here and I don't like how it looks. Because this is one full clip. What the fuck did I do here? Oh man. And clips. I just want to find the part that I am fucking up. Where is it? There it is. Okay. I don't care. I don't care. There you go. So it should be like this. There we go. There we go. Now this one gets this one. Apply. I think this is a little bit too long. YouTube. I don't know what meme I want to put because I want to put like, because he's like, why are you guys laughing? And it's like 10 minutes earlier. Okay, we'll just do that then. Why don't I know where that is? It because I put it in here? I'm on 90s bitch. No. Where's the... Okay. SpongeBob meme. Yeah, the time card. I think the two is home. Suit and tie, he's nice. The devil has horns outside her eye. Okay, cool. And then I'm gonna go back and then go to resources and that'll be here. Okay. And boom, 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 boom. Like that. Turn a little later. Okay, so let me do another thing. Okay. Oh. No. Oh goodness. Alright, there we go. So if I put this here now, I'm gonna do this, this, and then this is gonna go here. And then we're gonna do a blur. Gosh, a blur. I like this song. This is such a good song. And then I'm just gonna put this down here. Earlier. Maybe not. Maybe instead I'll do video transition, viral swipe. At the same time. Okay. And then shoot it. Sound effects. The cool SpongeBob is a SpongeBob's on Okay, so nope, 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 nope. Oh, eternity later. Put this in here. Here. And then text plus. Where is the one that I want? How it's called? There it is. One eternity later. Take me to the beach. Oh, give. Oh. Why are relationships so hard? What's wrong, Airden? What's happening? Tell me about it. What's going on? You okay? And we do a pop sound. We do a sound effect and we do a pop sound because it's gonna come up. What is this? No. LMNOP. Pop. And the right and wrong sound effects. A girl at work came to talk to me, and now I can't get them out of my head. That doesn't sound hard, just sounds like you like them, honestly. Actually, I think I want to do the huh. Actually, we could do what? Wait, can I change this just a little bit? Mm. This one. I can do another huh. Like this. Be seen as a. It's not weird to like somebody. Airdom. It's totally normal. I don't like I thought too huh. So it should be. Wet. If it's weird, then we're all weirdos, which we kind of are, but that's besides the point. I have to agree. Let me. I want to listen to the sound effects that they had. Let's do. No, what is this? My headset's falling. Yo! Alright. Delete track. We're gonna do this text. I'm going to change the outline. Be there blue. Pick screen color. This one. What? Pick screen color. This one. Okay. And then this should go here. Like a little bit smaller. Maybe here. So it's like. Okay. I would zoom in more and be like, peace. Well, pray for me because I invited them to a party because I figured it would be fun, but now my thoughts, oh, it'll be okay. Worst case scenario, they just see you as a friend and now you have a new friend. And then I want to add track, and then I want to do an adjustment clip. And then who knows? Being friends with someone actually helps you have relationships with them. In my opinion, so. Alright, let's see. What is the typical TikTok music? I just want to use the one I always I'm just gonna use the one that I always use. I feel like I like that one the best. It might be a little lazy of me, but it's just my favorite. Oh, is it in SpongeBob? It wasn't SpongeBob. God damn it. Audio. Where is it? Mr. Craftsman. Shooting stars. Goodness, Elaine, you're really good at video editing. I just saw some magic happening with that. Thank you. Okay, that was good. And then I go. I think it actually, this sound starts here. So it'd be. Hold on, wait, I have to pause this song because it's gonna conflict with the song I'm listening to. And then we can just take this and put this here. Do that there. Okay, cool. I don't, wait, should I cut this here though? So it should be like. Alright. Wait, no, I think it should be like this. So it should be. So it'll be like. There we go. There we go. This is a meme now. All right. All right, that's a lot better. All right, and then we're gonna replace the bot feature. Replace because I'm smart. I'm smart, but I'm stupid because I forgot I need to make it in the first place. What? Where am I? Bum, 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 bum. I already had one. I realized I already had one. I forgot. Oh well. What font are we using for the text? What font is this? Lato. We want Lato. Lato. This is going to be this person. Where is your linkies, Twitch? But yeah, just worry about messing things up, because I tend to get like a microscopic view of things about people I like, which tends to ruin most things. Just go with the flow, you know? You don't just be you. Just be you in the default state that you are. If they like, you shouldn't, if you like them, you don't need to go out of your way to have them like you, you know? They're already gonna like you for who you are. And if you're gonna have to go out of your way to have them like you, then they don't really like you, you know? Move this one. Clip operations, replace selected clip. Video editing commissions. No one's no one. This is here. Oh my god. I didn't put this out far enough. I think it's still too big. But how's that? I would kind of scoot this over here, I think. This is true. I mean, they approached me out of their way first, which is the whole reason I invited them, because it was something out of my way, kind of like a playful pull, I guess. Yeah, no, yeah, that's a good way of thinking about it. Okay, so I wanna create subtitles. Oh, and then we have to cut it further depending on this timing of the subtitles. Oh, I also have to make that. Hold on. Chat. There you go. Honestly, I should put this in the toolbox because I keep forgetting. Okay, there we go. Strawberry dust. Oh, I don't know what this is, but I like this already. So we have to add a track. Stop it! No! Oh my god, whoever followed, thank you for the follow. I'm currently lagging out. I'm so sorry. No! No! H-Nose Curry, welcome on in. I'm lagging my computer out. Hello! Frick!
I'm just gonna wait here. Oh, it fixed! Thank you, H&O's Akuti for the follow. I'm sorry, I was lagging out. Kind of capped my GPU there for a second because I fucked up. But we good now. I got candy from some of my friends because they recently went to Mexico. It's really good. It's like thingies called Squinkles? Winkles? Winkles? Whoa, they look like spicy red vines. That's great. Yeah. Am I shadow banned on TikTok or something? What is happening? Am I shadow banned on TikTok? What is happening? My videos are doing poo dang. They're doing fine, and then I post about VTubers, and then it doesn't. Ugh. I could take the VTuber hashtag out of it and see if that fixes it. That could be a problem with it. We'll try that for Thursday's video. We'll try that for. They pretty much just sour red vines. That's cool. We'll take that out of. We'll take out VTuber and VTuber maybe for Cynosis's video and hope that it's the VTuber tag. No, it can't be the VTuber tag. What tag is breaking it? You just gotta say, am I shadow banned in TikTok until it fixes it? Am I shadow banned? Am I shadow banned? Am I shadow banned? What is happening with this video? It was like not pushed at all. Algorithm! Hold on, let me go see. Because it's not long enough that I can actually look at the analytics for that one, but it's been long enough for envies. I was going to mention, I was curious the other day if you tagging me in every video might be negative. You know what? You might be right. You know what I'm gonna do instead? I'm gonna mention you in the comments if you're okay with that. I'll mention you, you know what? You might be right. Because that's the only thing that's, like, consistent other than VTuber. Well, but... I could try it, but also this video also tanked and I didn't tag you in it. We'll try it. We'll try it for tomorrow's Did You Know. For tomorrow's Did You Know, I will at you in the comments instead. At Kiwi in the comments instead and see if that fixes it. And I'm also gonna rearrange. Comments are like a short credit images at the end, whatever you want. Comments are like a short. The problem is, if you have a closing to your video, people stop watching. And it kills your, like, watch time. So with my older videos, I had a, you know, like, a more obvious, like, sign off. And people would just click off. It's annoying. Okay, let's do... dinner. I know FYP does shit. Nikki told me that doing hashtag FYP doesn't do shit, but I want to try it for the Did You Know. And then VTuber. And then I'm gonna try it like that instead. Maybe putting different tags in the beginning would help it better. Because I always start my videos off with the same hashtags in the beginning. So let's do them at the end. For this week's video. So this one, same for a roll for fun. Cash Simulator, let's play. And then some video games, Steam game news. I'm gonna remove this. I'm gonna see if it likes that. And then Vibe and Shine will also reorganize them. Maybe you could like flash somewhere at the beginning and the end, like an old sitcom opening credits. I can. It's also everywhere that you do my stuff. Also, to be fair, most people, I think when they look at a video, will instantly look at the comments before they look at the description of a video. So for you to have better visibility, it might actually be better to put your information in the comments. And then up here, I could credit you in my bio if that is a fair trade. I don't think it does. I don't think it counts the same because so TikTok uses this. Oh, you guys, I don't have my mouse. Uses this to help find where you should be put in the algorithm. It does the description as well. The comments are just to engage viewers. You're so organized. Thank you. I try to be. It's really hard to be a lot of the times, but I try my best. So we're gonna try that. We're gonna try reorganizing these. We're gonna try reorganizing these. And seeing if that changes it. And then we'll for the rest of the week we'll comment in the thingy. I'm just gonna keep this. I might switch this actually, hold on. That way I remember for tomorrow. Okay. So we'll comment instead, which I think would be better anyway. And then I just added, do I have enough words? I don't have enough words! Fuck. Don't worry, guys. Soon we'll be able to be at 10k followers, and then I'll be able to have pinned posts, and then I'll be like, hi, I'm Elaine. I make TikToks and do all sorts of funny stuff. I have a co-writer named Kiwi. I think this might be yeah. Yeah. I should have tested it starting last week, but this week's video has a different background. Let me go back. Did you know 9? So I usually crop this background so you can still see the static background. But this time I decided to have it be the full background. So I'm wondering if that will keep retention better. Yeah. Yeah, and then, you know what? We're gonna switch fun fact and girl dinner. Do fun, and then, so this one we are testing. Okay, hold on. I gotta move this. I'm gonna move this really quick. Okay. Test if background being test background full screen attention better. Comment at Kiwi instead better. Ooh. Better. Also changing hashtag order better. So we're testing 3 things. Realistically, we should be only testing 1 thing The weird thing is I didn't notice any difference in views until you brought up the one poor video. It could, so a lot of the things that it could be, there's multiple factors. It could be that I've done a bit too much repetition. It has happened every now and again. When I was doing my older videos, it happened every now and again. But doing the whole thing of like re-uploading it, blah 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 blah, it's kind of annoying. I'd rather just keep the video and, you know, say fuck it, we ball if the video tanks, because it's not us, it's the algorithm, obviously. B, I've noticed that a lot of Medicare things this week have changed. For universal healthcare has changed a lot this week. So, a lot of people could be posting about that. And when TikTok gets a little political, views for other things tank hard. Unless you're clickbaiting. Unless you're really in people's face, is what I've noticed. So, that could be a big factor of it, you know? So, no harm, no foul to me. I'm sorry that not enough people are gonna see your scripts, but there could be a soft reset in the algo. There could be, or it's just, you know, like, I think we can look at, can we look at it? Can we look at, there's like a thing that I haven't looked at that I probably should. Is it this thing? Ew. Okay, a lot of people are talking about Lollapalooza. That makes sense. About entertainment. So Lollapalooza. It could also be like we're just not trending with the things that are trending right now. Society. Duke Dennis, yeah, okay. Well, that kind of proved my point, I feel like, but that's okay. Supernatural horror, entertainment. We'd be more in the entertainment section. Five Nights at Freddy's. Five Nights at Freddy's. That's what you wanna be. Five Nights at Freddy's. Yeah, I don't know. It could just be... I don't know. You got me beat, brother. You got me beat. My TikTok is usually pretty political outside of the brain run I send you occasionally. It feeds me things I don't look at and like look at all like sports and southern type activities. Yeah, it does that sometimes. And considering the things that are happening, I'm not super surprised. But also, I really feel bad for you. Like, obviously, it sucks that I don't get the views because, you know, that's what we kind of try to make social media. We're working towards. But yeah, it is what it is. Sometimes the algorithm just doesn't like you, and just gotta keep making videos because like we are doing what we can towards it. Doing this test is the best thing that we can to see if it's us. To be fair, and I don't think it is, but we're doing the best we can, and that's all that really matters at the end of the day. My math isn't wrong. They'll be scheduled for YouTube Shorts soon, so we can see how they do there too. Yeah, my math is kind of bad, but like the Trello does have these as well. Envy's might take a while though, because we are only on 14 and he's 19. Mine is add. Yeah. A lot of ads. But yeah, it's YouTube. Oh, this is the wrong YouTube. Because YouTube is like, I don't know YouTube's algorithm at all. I didn't go over that at all. But it's much more like ranging. Like, I'll one video get 1,000, one video get 32, one video get 600, one video get 1,000. I don't really know how the YouTube one works. Like this one, the sphincter muscle one though, that one got for that one. I'm not mad about that one. I'm curious, TikTok shop ads, random product ads, or AI girlfriend ads. I get TikTok shop ads a lot. Which is fair, because that's how most creators on the app, once you hit 5K, you become TikTok shop eligible. To make TikTok shop ads. And stuff. So yeah. It could be tagging 2 people. This one didn't have 2 people. But then again, I posted this one really late in the day. That one's like on me. This one and this one though, it could be tagging 2 people in one video. Because I think about it now, Vibe and Shine, Paranormal Cleanup, and this one had 2, didn't it? This one had 2. But in terms of regular videos, these ones only had 1. But they were new people that I was adding. It could be the adding thing. That's the only real change that I see with the videos at the very least. Speaking of videos, I gotta finish that video edit. The oceans are riding, looked outside and burned my skin. I like won't go my way. One thing you could do is list some of your region commissions or TikTok shop, or making some cheapy stickers you could post on the shop and making a shop tag video once a week. I could. And Kiwi, you probably, this probably smart as fuck, my guy. But I'm gonna be real with you. I don't want it right now. It just went to right now. I don't want to right now. Maybe later. Maybe later. I know the meta is that promoting the TikTok shot encourages. Yeah. Yep, that is true. This is true. Alright, cool, and then break it. I need to add shop links without talking about products, but don't quote me on that. I think you can. I think you can, but I think there's like a score or something that you get when you do that, and it's like, I don't know. I know I've seen a lot of clickbaity ones though. I don't know. Maybe. I could try it. Like I could just find something I already have and then just put it on there. Wait, no, it's like oh. It's a What's happening? What's your most common one for me? It's a super comfy looking desk chair, typewriters. I'll do the crisscross chair. I actually want to try one of those really bad. All tooth whitening products, which definitely feels like a call out. There's a give and take with the TikTok shop tag. Most people I know scroll as soon as they see the orange box. Oh yeah, I used to get a lot of those hair growth stuff. Or Kefies, which is better tailored. What's that? I don't think this needs to be proper. Yeah, but I will actively tell TikTok ads and content I don't like. I'm low-key pissed that they changed the UI for it. No, that's valid. Brittany Bresky feels the same. I'm like 50-50. I don't really think about it. I just consume content most times. Oh. Oh, that's valid. Those are pretty. I really like the patterns on those. Okay, so I gotta add GIFs now. And then I'll be done with this. Oh, I have to move this though. Oh, you paid all your children. Tell me so I say. I don't remember what the GIF is.
Where have you buried all your children? Tell me so I say. And then I have the honk cat. I know that for a fact I have the honk cat. Then tell me so I say, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Huh? Okay, I go Eves. How go Eves? The algorithm saw I was from Southeast Michigan and said, you know. Oh, and then I have to add in the commission. Ursa. And then, nope, not that one. Not Ursa. No melon. Give me. Night night, pretty cat lady. Night night. Sleep well. And then I want the pop wobble for this. I like pop wobbles. Is this great? This feels off. So yeah, this was off. Yeah, okay. This one took a lot of editing, I'm not gonna lie. That one took a lot of editing. Which is fine. It's not what I expected. Okay. I want to check actually something about my VGen. Services. I want to see if other people have posted theirs yet that I edited. I can just do this. Every one. Again, my mind. I don't know how long ago I sent them the thing though, so I don't know if they actually ever posted it. My cute little dance. Yeah, I've been broken hearted. Blue since the day we parted. You have a TikTok? TikTok? Have they not posted it? Oh, but it's over for my turn. I read. Oh no. I guess they never posted it, which is valid, I guess. On channel, main channel, Insta? I will check them all. Nope. I don't think this one has shorts. I'm presume not. I'm presume not. Okay. Alright, what about Red Mercury? I don't know if they posted their stuff or not yet. I don't know if they debuted. YouTube. They did! Floor video. This was in miscellaneous requests, I think. How long ago was this one? Red mirror here is a miscellaneous request. Boop. Detail. Add a sample. Save. Publish. Okie dokie, and then I already have Vika's. Yeah, we good. We good. Should probably also add other stuff. I'm lazy. Alright, now we can start editing our videos. And then I'll probably have to get to Fury's commission tomorrow. After... Man, I have so much work now. It's actually really weird. My brain is thinking really hard. I don't really want to do... We're not doing anything Thursday, so I'm going to save this for Thursday. And then I'm just going to do V-highlight and V-stars today. And then tomorrow we'll do roll for fun, a club clip, probably, I think. There you go. I found it. Do I want to fix the other thing? I can fix the other thing really quick. Hold on. I'll make summer outfits for the life of me, but I have to cook with winter fits. I love winter fits too. I'm a winter fit kind of gal myself. What am I doing? Oh, I'll do that later. Yeah, I'll do more enshrined stuff later. I don't want to do it right now. I'm both between TikTok talk and discussing giving character. Hey, that's how it be. My brain feels kind of dead, I'm not gonna lie. But I can't give up. I can't give up. I still have work to do. So, oh, it's hard to see you when I... 45. 405. 8, 10. Want to take a break with that short? I do. I do. It's in the fridge, right? Yeah, I miss you the most. Take away now. Make it harder than most. Or is it in the vibe check room? Not in the month. They've been acting kind of crazy. It might be in the content, could be. Didn't do this. I was incorrect. I search for it. Yeah, whichever panels. Oh, okay, okay, cool. I know where it is. Right here. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. Oh, it's hard to leave you. Ooh, the knocking. Is this the one? Is this the one? I feel like this was from a long time ago. But this could be the right one? Let me know if this is the right one. I want to make sure I'm reading the right one. I don't need you, but I'll miss you. Come here. He loves me. He holds me tight. He lets me go. He loves me. He loves me. Hold me tight and lets me go. And I say that you're sorry. End of the night. Hope in the morning everything's alright. End of the story. Holding me tight. Don't need to worry. Everything. That's the one I sent you that you never read. I think the one from last Friday might be in the fridge. Okay. Hold on, I want to read the one in the fridge. Listen, we haven't had a lot of story time recently, but I like either. Was it earlier than it was a PDF? Oh, was it a PDF? Hold on. No, I'm gonna find it. I'm already here. I wanna find it. Oops, no. Oh man, fuck. Next. Next. I love how much we talk in the server. Like, unironically, it's nice. So many memories. Okay, you might have to resend it to me, Kiwi. I might have fucked up. I could have sworn I saw it earlier, but I don't know. Oh, I could look. Can I look up? I found it, I think. Okay, cool. Poggin, thank you. Ooh. Oh, I didn't mean to put that in here. Let's put this in here. And then we're gonna put this in 3 memories. Alright. Do you have any music you want me to have with this? Or do you know in any music? Do you have any preferences? Oh, that's valid. That's valid. That's valid. That's valid. Alright. Just see if you have a choice on music, and then we'll get into it. It's your read if you want to throw on some vaguely adventure music. You can. Bet. I got this. Where's the Friday folder? There it is. To you, O eager traveler, as you prepare supplies and pray to gods for guidance and a safe journey, be wary of the wanderer. They are divine beyond the divine, and if mistaken for a god, they will correct you once. But that I cannot guarantee your fate, for not even all the gods of all the lands can protect you from their whims. I leave you this warning, because while stories of interacting with the wanderer are common, they are not as common as crossing paths with them. They are a being who will appear in whatever form they deem convenient, from the creatures who crawl on the ground to the mountainous beasts that defy understanding. When choosing to interact with travelers, they will often take a form of a generic traveler that reflects oneself, appearing as a fellow countryman of similar station and age to strike up conversation with no barriers. It is for this reason that some refer to them as a wandering mirror. They who reflect the world for what it is as they pass through it, but still residing in a world and reality of their own. They will not offer a name or title beyond calling themselves a wanderer. Instead, if they deem you a pleasant company, they will allow you to choose a name to know them by, a name that becomes like a secret only known between close friends.
Dear traveler, I advise you to treat all you come across as potential incarnations of this being beyond the 3 great generations. Lead with kindness and generosity as you go into the world with open arms. Danish Ear to Gallant, the 3rd dwarven king of the First Era and once companion of the Wanderer. Where's more? I want more. Give me more short stories. Why no more? Give me more. give me more. I want to know more. Give me more. Give me. I like that one a lot. I want to know more of the mystical tales. Or like a tale about a guy who's like, I made a friend. Oh shit, he's the Wanderer. You know? I want more. Give me more. Give me more, damn it. Give me more, Kiwi. Give me more or give me death. I'm glad. Because I liked it. I liked it a lot. You better give me more or give me death, you know? Give me more. Give me death. That was actually quite refreshing. Okay. I guess I can edit videos again. I guess. Fuck, Vortex is broken. Oh no! That one was purposely shorter since it's a prologue for a standalone novel. Give me more or give me death. Give me more or give me death. I'm excited. I like it. Let me just... Boop, boop. I like it. I like the way you wrote as well. Like, the mannerisms in that one was really nice. I like that one a lot. You know what this is. And I always do it like this. I don't know why, but I do. I always do beginning and the end. How is this then? It's like, whoop. Hey. I plan on it being kind of an anthology, like a collection of stories from people's. Yes! Give it! Give it! It kind of reminds me of the stories that Pixels told me about with the Obi-Wan stories. Those just excerpts of his life. Yeah, wait, they don't love you like I love you. And funny enough, it's my most god complex author power fantasy story. I want it. Give it to me. Give it. Give it. I want it. I'm all about it. Let me do this part. Highlight Pengy. Apply. Retain. I was daydreaming and wondered what it would be like for an author to become the god of a world they created. But since I want the world to have its own gods, the character is being above them. The character is being above them. That's favorite. Oh, I like it. I like it. Give me more. You better be writing more. You better have opened that file and been like, clicky clacky, I'm writing more. Tee-hee. That's what I better be hearing. That's what I better be vibing out in the interwebs. Kiwi, is that you are currently click-clacking away, giving me more of that story. Want more. Start function. Delete. Characters tell life. And then this one. The one for Ophelia. And I guess this one's fine. And space. That's kind of like, might as well just extend this clip, you know? I think it should be like this. You kind of think of it like Kiwi stepping into a portal to, oh, I'll do that one after I finish this mini project and I'll work. Okay, alright. Alright, I guess I can be patient. I guess. I guess. I'm kidding. Sounds good. And track up. What? Oh. Track down. Not that one, this one, this one. I retain.
Okay, there is one thing I want to try with my videos as well, which is zooming into my VTuber model more. Two, -3. Oh, I forgot to do this part. Oops. Oops. What? Nope. Stop it. And then I'm gonna do a simple pop because my brain EP. Here's the pop sound effect. I went too far down. Pop. So it goes. Okay, cool. And then do this one, do this one. And then I woke up Pangy to see what socials the most active on. Seems like Twitter. Seems like Twitter. It would happen to be Twitter. What's my heart and say it's something? I'm gonna put it up here. Here. And then this one is shift. In hand out, oh baby, I'm begging. On Twitter and Twitch. Oh baby. I get a little bit more dynamic. I feel bad that he's not. Cool. That's all good. That's all good. We added the Pangy, right? Yeah. Cool. Was you? Yeah. Na na na. Can you? Now I gotta go find a song. Toolbox. Nope. Oh, go away. Close.
Oh my god, it's so big. This one? Nope. I like this one. Videoediting. Base generate, cool. Yeah, I'm begging you. Just love it and no, darling. And that one's good. Don't cap my GPU, please. Please don't cap my GPU, please. Thanks. Begging you, what should baby? I'm begging you. Wah. Please. Please, I know I have a lot of things open on my computer, but please. Fine. It's getting hot. Turn the fan off. Oh my eyeball. Oh my eyeball. Alright. Let's see if I go in here. Cool. Attention Earthlings, this captain has arrived to take you on an out of this world adventure. Pack your bags because tickets are optional. Captain Pengy isn't just an alien who can show you colors you could never dream of. They're a master of breathing life into page with fun expressions and dynamic poses. Every character has picture they draw feels like they could explore a world of their own. I especially love the curves that wrap around time and space. On board their starship and for a fun light years. A fun time standing light years. Hang out with the crew and captain during the FTL voyage to chat the time away as galaxies pass you by. Maybe join on the expedition in alien worlds full of zombie ancient godlike beings full of
lest we can't forget. Record our journey for when we return. And what a better way than drawing to some chill music. We don't have sci-fi technology to beam directly ahead. I should have followed them. Twitter, Twitch, Discord community. Cool. Move it. You like to move it, move it. You like to move it, move it. Settings, Zoom, 2025. -40. Music, subtitles, media assets, script, save. Okay. I might edit one more video and then no, I don't want to call it yet. It's only 8. It's only almost 9. That's kind of poopy. I thought it was later. I don't want to go eat yet. This one we're doing V-Stars Roshan. Oh, I forgot to. I think I fucked that one up. Okay, V-Stars. Remove it. Intro. Like to move it. I like to move it. I like to move it. Wait, no, go back. Go back. I want this one to be rotated left. I like to party. I like to. Let me zoom in a bit and move it up. And then we take this one and this one and then. Move this one. Boop, boop, boop. And I just wanted to spin. This one. Zoom even more. Oh, this one needs to go here. Be zoomed in even more. So it should be. So this should go this way. This should go here. So it should be. Okay. Why? This one, this one, this one. That should be. Okay. And then. And then we go into this. I'm over here. Hagen. Where did a thing has gone missing and I don't know where it is. Copy. I hope I can just paste it. I can. Yippee! Okay, add subtitle track. Dun, 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 dun. I got no brain cells left. Fireball! I'm on fire. Says did it kickstart the brain cells? It did. My brain cells are back now. Ha, dojin. Ha, kisoke. I didn't find my own ways. Oh fuck. I'm done hiding now. I'm so like I'm born to be. Oh, also, Rensu, how was your day? You have a good day? Have a good day? Okay. And now all my audio for some reason is not in the right place. Work was pretty bitties, but I was trying to do that. I was good. I got to come home to a giant packet of K-pop goodies, so I was very happy. I'm very happy for you. I kind of want to change. We'll see. I'm so confused. I've confused myself. Because I want to put a little bit more effort into the little clippies. I believe we're going up beside a moment. We're going. Gotta be golden. Oh, up. Can we do Arco font? I think Arco font. Shining like I'm part of it. Yeah, beside no fears now. It's a part of it. What? Why is it? Oh, my claim cancel again. Name. 9, 10. X plus. More space, script, comp. Alright. Wait. Okay, no, we're good. You're right, ask for a brookie cake, no problem. Alrighty, and now we would go in and add. This is gonna be bottom again. I'm gonna try the new bottom. 0.92. -309, I think. I have to figure it out once I... $78,826. 78,826. 413. 54. I think. 52. Bad at math. 52. Ow, my eyelid. 413. 413. I wanna dance in the rain. I need this to turn off because it's very distracting. Okay. And this to be up to. And then let's replace the clip. Video editing, V-stars, this one, this one. Bring this up a little bit. And then let's do this one, link clips. Since I wanna dance in the lights. Rock your body. Oh, come on, rock that body. Apply, retain, we scoot them. We zoom them and we scoot them, chat. Is this one? Yeah. Apply. Oh, my brain's so sleepy. Okay. Wanna dance on the line. Wanna go for a ride and rock your body. Apply, retain. I'm gonna zoom this out a bit. Zoom this out a bit. I'm back. Welcome back. Body. Come on, rock that body, rock that body, rock that body. Come on, rock that body. This one, link clips, undo. This one. I wanna rock right now. I wanna rock. Gonna take a break from the secret project and fold some laundry while I hang out. Sounds good. I need to do some laundry at some point this week too. I keep forgetting. Well, I'll get to it. I don't like that one. Oh, wrong thing. Just sexy bitch. Da. What else we got? We got this one, link clips, apply, retain. Give me fun. I'm gonna kind of squeeze more things in here. Damn, who's a sexy bitch? La 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 la. And then I'm gonna take this one. I'm gonna cut this one. Oh, not that one. This one. I'm gonna go there. So now it'll go. Feels a little redundant back here. I gotta go find a song. Oh, it shines me like a show. Arcade. So cute. You're gonna look up arcade music? Oh. Why? Ew, you're taking so long. Ugh. Okay, I guess I'll do the subtitles. Workspace, scripts, comp. No. This doesn't seem like arcade music. It doesn't seem like arcade music. Mumford and Sons. Why is this not going to the next page? This one's fine. I like couldn't tell what was the music and what was me referencing the song, and I got very confused. Is V-stars also 0.5? It is. 0.45. 1.9. There's no heart on the line. I really fucked it up this time. Deny my dear. Maybe I don't have to restart this. Okay. Okay, it is half. I just need to restart it. Okay. Almost done. Almost done. One more video after this. And then I'll be done with video editing. And then I don't know what I'm gonna do after. I'll be honest. Who's y'all streaming right now? Is my wife's streaming? It's not my wife. That's someone doing karaoke. My wife's playing Dead Britain. My wife playing Dead Britain. Who else is streaming? Mrs. Mummy. We should raid Mrs. Mummy. I have a feeling that I'm gonna raid Mrs. Mummy in a minute. Oh, they're playing the Tales of the Shire game. I didn't know that was out already. I didn't know they were out already. They were gonna come out soon, but not right now. Oh, thank you guys for hanging out with me today. It means a lot. I'm not raiding out just yet. We have one more video to do. Today's been a different day. I feel like I haven't talked that much. I think it's just because I'm tired. Yesterday was a lot of work. Today I had therapy, which was a lot, and then I was getting annoyed at my contract stuff because my brain was being ooped. And that took a while, and then we had to download stuff on my laptop that didn't want to work for a little bit, and then we had to do another commission, and we really only got to video editing like it was like an hour ago. Is tomorrow date night with Miyu? It was date night with Miyu and friends. I think we're gonna play Peek with Ghost. I'm trying to think about who else. Ghost, maybe Shems. I think maybe Mooney. I don't really know. I forgot to ask. I know we have a group of people though. Because it came to a point where we're like, we get the mod. I think we were gonna have 5 people, but I think we might have 4 people now. So I don't know. I can ask wife. Let me ask wife. Oh, I don't have wife open. Oh no. Oh no, what have I done? Where's my wife? My wife. Where'd my wife go? There you are. There's my wife. I'm coming tomorrow. Oh, I should just DM her. Yeah. I'm trapped in this retro arcade. Wait a minute. I think I know that nebula. I know that nebula cloud. It's Roshan Galaxy. Come hang out in their Technicolor geometric carpet. And don't forget to use tokens to save a turn at Pac-Man. This old school friend may have their head in the clouds, but they've made space for all things only 90 kids could get. Maybe some of us Gen Z babies can sneak in. Come be a part of their recalled snack fueled fun. Snack fueled fun as Rashawn pushes to do more with their community. Like karaoke, maybe you can encourage them to debut their first song cover. Or if you want to stick around for the long haul game, get it like a arcade. I think my scripts were kind of punny this week. They were. I like them. I like punny. You be one of the first people to see them make their lore short film. Oops. Final shot on other major socials. Keep an eye out for their models and art that they all do themselves. Save. What? No! I did the wrong one. Fuck. That's good. I like this song. Okay, now we're okay. God damn it. What do dads, autistics, and kleptomaniacs have in common? I don't know what. They take everything literally. God dang. I like it. This mean that I am a dad and a kleptomaniac as well as an autist? Am I all of the above? I want a mug that says #1 best dad, autist, and kleptomaniac now. Okay. Pause. 0.45. Why? Oh. Ooh. Okay. It'd take you to... Okay, remind me tomorrow. Remind me tomorrow, I'll do it. Might be time for this start. Like, my brain is singing. Okay. V-Stars is not done. I'm debating on calling into work tomorrow, so I might be there at the start of. Oh, time we start. We'll be starting at 5 p.m. PST. So you don't have to call off of work. The beginning of me streaming is probably just gonna be what I did today. Working on my contract work. Oh shit, this is true. Wait, no, it would be... Hold on. I keep forgetting. We'd start... Oh my god. Colorado is ahead an hour. Yeah. Honestly, yesterday burnt a lot of my mental energy for this week. Valid. Hey, if you need a mental day, take it. You know? I'm never one... As long as it's not gonna jeopardize anything, like your job or anything else. If the only thing that's being jeopardized is your mental health, I'd say take it. If you got the days forward. Mental health about a poet head. What she's hiding. Okay, one more video. And then I go sleep. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like I want to go to sleep, but I also feel like I want to work more. But I feel like if I work more, I'm just gonna burn. I'm gonna burn. Burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn. Because I kind of... Let's see. Hold on. Let me write stuff down. Because 2 of the skirts I can finish in one day. Alright, so let me get a pen and paper. I average about 1.5 days off a month, and as long as it's not more than 1, it doesn't affect my bonus. Hey, it sounds good to me. You know how y'all be walking, so. Okay, and then so today's Tuesday. Okay, wait, there's a contract. We have 5 things to do for that. Assuming that everything went okay with the first step, we can finish brain is thinking. We did this Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Thursday we can do 2, and then Friday I can finish the last one. Nah, Saturday I can finish the last one. I have to ask, because I might be playing Peak with... Moira. Wait, I'm sorry, sorry, I meant to ask earlier. Okay, so I'll work on this. Sunday I'm going out, so I'll do Saturday. I'm going out to the farmer's market. And then I have comms. I gotta do the OC. And then probably some edits on the video, if we're honest. So we got one of that done. I'd like to do the OC tomorrow just to change it up. And then if I have to, I'll do this on Thursday. Because we're not doing stuff on Thursday. And Friday, I kind of just want to dick around. So we'll have D&D, we'll dick around. So Friday won't count. And then we should be done with all our commissions. And we'll have our contract work done. Farmers market, no marketers do. No, what? Oh, how do you feel about learning to model fabrics in the future? I saw a fashion designer who streamed her teaching herself how to do 3D model clothes with physics. It'd be interesting, because, like, I know how to make a lot of clothing myself, normally. And, like, yeah, you don't get, like, the fanciness of a physics renderer. Like, I'm presuming they use Marvelous Designer, which is what I think some people are using it, other contractors are using. But I just like modeling clothes. Normal? Is it dumb mean like the bird flu? Yeah. Oh! Yeah, where you're going, Banks. I'm smelling what you're stepping in. I'm smelling what you're stepping in there, brother. Bad crop, bro. We gonna starve. Yes, sir. My brain forgot what I was talking about. But yeah, no, I mean, it's not hard to do clothing. For me. I think it just, I just have to break clothes down into simple shapes, and then I'm okay. A lot of it is more easy when you can when you already have, like, a body that you can base it off of, and you're not trying to just make it off of nothing. We have Fashion Day where you design outfits for BLT or Squisho. I like that. I like designing outfits and stuff. I want to, like, design more accessories for my VTuber, but it's harder because, like, I move around more. So if we can think of ways to do that, I'd be down. I know how to do... We could try to do a flower crown. We could do a flower crown. Because, like, the harder part is this model turns so much that, like, my hat, for example... Where's my hat? Fit? Where is it? Where is it? No, it's in prompts. My hat. Oh. It doesn't work with my bangs being out. That's fine. Let me... No. Fit. Hair. Bang. Yup. Math. Brain. Prompt. Hat. Looking left and right, like, it's okay. But, like, obviously, it's like... Is the issue what type of accessories or the ribbing? What? Both? Both. Because I don't know what kind of accessories I'd want to do that would work with this model because of the emotion of left and right. Like, this hat works well, but my major problem with it is that, like, when I look, you can see it's not really on my head. And then if I don't use this hat, for example, they have a hat in here. We can use a flower hat, for example. Okay. Like, it looks cute from one angle, but then I turn, and then it doesn't work. And maybe that's because my X angle, but... Like, it's super cute, and then I turn, and then it's, like, not cute anymore. See? It's hard. I don't know if it's because I'm pinning it to the wrong thing, maybe? It's because I'm pinning it to the wrong thing. It needs to be pinned on my head. Like, I need to turn all my bangs off or something. I could try that really well. Hold on, I want to test now. I want to take a little break and test. No, not this one. You could go into a cheap anime route with obviously 3D assets or solid 3D models look 2D-ish. I could. The only problem is looking left and right. You know, that's the problem. Is like, my head turned too good, go bald, then... That might work. That might work. Hold on. Wig. Hold on. That's actually a really good idea. Hold on. Hat. Select. Okay. Okay. And then...
It's like attached to my brain. I think that's okay. And then if I bring my wig back. Okay. Okay, that doesn't really work if I look down. But I don't look down all that often. I also raise it up higher. But then it breaks again. Is it cause yeah, maybe. I could turn the clipping off. Let's see, like that. Oh no, I think it's still clipping to something. Hold on, let me try the actual baseball hat. Wig snatched, yup. And the hat. And my $50 souvenir hat. It's called the baseball cap. Because, like, again, it looks good from the front. And then from the side, it kind of doesn't exactly work. Also with my head weird shape. You need Victoria. Yeah, that'd be pretty funny. Hold on, let me customize this one. Front, back. So now it like looks like it's on my head. In a way. Always pin behind model, split layers, split, only pin to layers below, configure item, expression settings, flip lock. Okay. But now I think I have to turn the clipping off first off, maybe? Where is it? It's somewhere in here. Is it in here? Customize model. Select R meshes that I exclude R meshes from item pinning. And then it's gonna take 20 years because I have a lot of R meshes. Okay. Bangs. Okay, hair back, hair base, hair face. No, face is fine. Hair shine, hair shine. Hair sides. Turn off all the hair. No more hair. Hair clip. Hair clip. Face hair shadow. Bangs. So much hair. Thank you, Beezy. Can you make custom filters? I think so. I'll do my left ear. Earring. 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 Bangs. 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 Here. Need a church. Okay. Maybe that's better now. Now if I pin it to my head. Yeah, I don't know why the I don't know, it feels like it's like I don't know, it just feels weird. It feel weird. We go for tattoos. Yes. I'm trying to think how that would work because I'd have to edit the texture file and I'm kind of lazy. Is there some sort of weight or some sort of drag filter? I can... Actually, that would be in... Hold on. Go back to the head. Go back to the head. It would be live 2D expression settings.
Let me see. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, that didn't work. I turned smoothing off. Maybe we need more smoothing? I like that it's like a twisty top. Wow. Ignore that I'm on mobile right now. Okay. Wee. Wee. Yeah, I don't know. I could do like a flower crown. Flower crowns aren't hard. I saw how Envy did his, and I'm like, oh. Oh man, do I not have one of them? What? What? I have this one. This one works. It makes more sense if it's like up more. I'm trying to put a flower crown on. Use VTube Studio, right? I do. Is it dinner time? Whoa, what's this? Okay, eat like a giant taco. Nom nom. Sound cool, thank you. Oh, yeah, it'd be like that. You have to be more rounded. I should just make my own stuff, honestly. It's easier that way, to be honest. Cause I'm a lazy VTuber flower crown. Hold on. I want to see if I can find one. Is this one for you? This one is free. I want this one. Free. Yeah, this is the one I have. Sure. I think as it's rounded, it'll be better. I don't know what I'm doing. I think I'm getting distracted. I don't know which one's which. I hope this is the one that looks nice. It's purple. Purple, not bad. Yeah, this one will be better, because then I'll... Just get love, the Punisher. Then Bink. I have a little flower crown that I have to put above my horns. We share the ADHD in this house. Yeah, we do. See, I don't know why it's like tilting. I don't understand what it's pinning to. I don't know. I'm like hella confused. My brain is too small to figure it out right now. Oh, I guess it would go in front. Hold on. 7.
Guess this one actually needs to go in the front. Envy has it in between. I think that's really cute. But it'd have to very much depend on which one's being in the... This pink? Man. Hoping for a more colorful one. This is not so bad. I'll take it. Like, what are the other colors? What are the other colors? What? Oh, nope, that's not what I wanted. I want, like, the red one. 2, 3, is that this one? That one works. There you go. I also don't know if it's because, like, I've inverted some of my face tracking and stuff, if that affects anything. Does that affect anything, actually? It doesn't seem like it. Okay. I would like to take a bite of my din-din. Oh shit, this thing is stacked. Fuck, mama, that's good. God damn. Alright, chat, we might have to take a break to eat dinner. Man, that was good. Depends on if there's a text or model. I'd assume, I guess, yeah. Cause, like, this one works okay, but it's not like an actual, like, VTuber thingy. Let me test one more thing. Hold on. Doing good. I've been nope. What am I doing? Nope, my assets. This one. I want to see if I can make a bigger hat. Because I think, if I'm honest, I really wish that the hat would fit. Hold on. Like this, I guess. But I think if I do it like that, it'll get cut off. Yeah, it would. It would have to get slid down in, like, the VTube Studio rigging file, which I don't have. Alternative minute hat. Is this true? But then you can't read what's on my head. I have an alternate question for my shirt, though. You've striken on an alternate idea. It's a trap. You end up to read. That's cute. If you're close enough to read this, I'm gonna smooch you. Hold on, no question. You can stay. I said you can stay. Alright, customize this one. I wonder if I can turn this off. How is the food delicious? I'm actually pausing to eat it.
I'm having ideas. Sleep knit. Paste last multiply color. Oh, this doesn't break anything. Ooh. Wait, not sleep base. Sleep this one. I'm like wrong. Not that one. This one. Now I just have a shirt. We can put shit on the shirt. I'm very glad it was very experimental. That's valid. So I don't know what you made, but this shit is addicting. I think it's a sauce. If I redeem Hamilton, you know, why my head? Why my head? Why not your own head? Maybe you deserve a head pat too. Oh. And tomatoes add like a sweetness that contrasts the saltiness, that contrasts the spiciness, bro. This shit's amazing. Oh. I think this might be one of my top 5 foods now. Sounds good, Kiwi. I'll come too. I want you to show me the good local food places. Alright. Oh my god, that was so good. Alright, now I got a question. I inhale that shit. Oh, breathe. Oh, breathe. Okay. God damn it. I want to see if I can... I want to see if I can do this. I have the hiccups now. Oh, shit, really? Thank you for the headbands. Thank you for the headbands. I know I'd have to, like, invert it the other way, but just let me do this. I want to see if this works. Oh. There. There we go. Does that work? Does this look right? Does this look right, guys? It really just looked like I plastered something on my tits, which kind of makes me sad. Man, I can't have shit. Can't have shit. I will save this, though. This is very interesting. Bottom. Art mesh color preset. Okay. I'm just gonna reset. Oop. Alright. It's very floaty, yeah. It don't feel right. There we go. Alright. That's okay. I do miss making hats every day. Maybe I should just embrace it. At the end of the day, I think I should just embrace it. I should just embrace the hat that I have and go gung-ho with it. I have sauce all over me. I devoured that thing. Alright. I have a second wind. My second wind is strong! And by strong, I mean, I don't know.
until this food digests. Maybe a giant necklace, one of those digital styles scrolling. That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy. That would be so fun though if we could have like, oh, you know those road signs? You know those road signs? The digital ones? If we could have like one of these and then you guys could put words on it. That would be fucking sick though. That would be fucking sick. But I don't know what we'd use it for. That'd be cool though. That'd be cool though. I'm writing that down. I'm gonna write that down. Oh, you know what? My Adderall's worn off. That's what. Mr. Krabs, I have an idea. I like how loud this one is. Save. I'm gonna change the thingy. And we do it. Yeah, sure. Open multiple files. Add. Pumpkin, white and drinking hazel. Convert. Browse. Stream. I need to put like an icon because I keep forgetting where this is. And sound clips. I have an idea. Actually, this needs to go in here. Save. Art. Oh right. Okay. Okay. Keep. Okay. I think I broke it. I think I broke it. One day you just need to customize your whole UI. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Because I wanted to do that. I, on God, really wanted to do that for our Minecraft mod pack. But that's way harder than I ever want to get into it. Especially because it's like, it's a free server. If someday we got big enough to where the Minecraft server paid for itself, I'd do it. I would do a full-ass UI mod pack. But it's not. And my penis is small. Where's my sound clips? Oh, Sammy. Idea. This one. Mr. Krabs, I have an idea.
Write that down, write that down!
No, I forgot to save it. Remember that you changed your shirt in case you forgot.
Mr. Krabs, I have an idea.
It didn't reset the whole thing. Oh shit, it's gonna do it. So small, it's just getting cold out. Damn, you right. Oh, it didn't reset. Oh, that's good. Okay. Oh. Hold on. Fit. And call it knit. And then I probably go to the bottom. I click. Oh, click top. Click knit. And now I'm all better. Regular. There you go. My head hurts. How the fuck did I guess that? No longer part cow, now you're part bull. What? Why am I part bull now? Why am I a bull now? Is it cause I'm bullshit? Wait, no, it's cause I was supposed to say, is it because I'm full of bullshit? Smile. Okay, anywho. Pablo Possum. Tails Fox. And then Uncle Bear. This is the easiest video for me to do. The only hard part is this thing. Adderall was doing some heavy lifting today. It was. And I'm like tired. I want to go to bed. I want to go to bed so bad right now. I want to go lay down. But I gotta finish this. I have to finish this one. Make a day. Dance with me. I'll rock you down. Does this look okay? What the heck? It looks fine. Don't like to walk away. Walk with me, rock your body. Please. You been finish more work off stream and getting up? No. 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 No, I just cram everything into stream. Everything gets crammed into stream. I wake up, I do chores, I make breakfast, I do a little bit of work if I have time. I then stream until I essentially die, and then I either comatose in bed for 3 hours or I go to bed, fuck to bed. And last night it was rough because I had to stay up because I had a meeting with the people that I'm working with. And so I had to stay up to make sure that I could get that initial meeting so I could start working. Okay, I feel like I've been hearing a lot of I'll finish this off stream lately. That's a lie. Oh yeah, no, I'm lying. I'm lying. I think I will, and then I go, so after stream, I'll go talk to Pixels, right? I'll go talk to Pixels, I'll decompress about my day, and then I will lay in that bed, I'll talk to him, and then when I'm done decompressing about our days, I will then say, I want to go to bed. And then I lay there for like at least an hour saying, I want to go to bed, but then continuing to talk to Pixels because I missed him. And then by the time I'm done talking to Pixels, it's like 2 a.m. And then I'm like, guess I really should go to bed. And then I've gotten nothing done. I've probably bothered him for the last like 5 hours. And then I go to sleep. Yep. Every day. Every day. Delulu Demumu. Our hat tomorrow. I want the Lulu. Sensei, please see apology. Welcome in, my friend, that I'm not gonna say your name. I'm gonna Ham. I'm Ham, okay? I'm calling you Ham. Because that name is a very fancy name. Too fancy for me. I have a bio exam today. Shit, wrong one. Yo. Ham. We fucked. You came to the wrong place, brother. I ain't know nothing about math, no science. I know about art. I know about not science. Oh, I clipped it. That's why it's... I know about... and that your name is now Ham. Unless that's offensive, then it's not, and I'm sorry. But, welcome in. Huh? Hi. I didn't finish this script. I didn't finish this video. It's easily... Biology is easy. It's usually the easiest path forward. You're cooked. We all cooked. We're all cooked here. Bio is easy, but too many terms. That's valid. Could you write a cheat sheet on your arm? Also, if you have a bio exam, why are you asking me and not looking up your questions on Google? I got 120% in bio and I remember nothing. It's mood. Mood. Okay, I've done this one. I like the Po Buddies Nerfect one too. Fuck, what were we doing? We were doing Vibe and Shine, and I for some reason decided to do the subtitles before I did the videos, so we'll do them at the same time. Talk to me in French, talk to me in Spanish, talk to me in your own made-up language. Ask a bot to win life for you. That's what kids do these days. Don't listen to him. Only do that if you're about to honky tonk a truck. The cowgirl eats your math homework is in a process called I can't say that word. I can't say that word. I'm afraid to say the wrong word. You almost got me, you son of a bitch. I mean, you're not gonna get me. Not gonna get me today, you ain't gonna get me tomorrow. You're gonna get me no days. You know why? Because I ain't doing it. What's Chat GPT? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just look it up on Google. Just look it up on Google. 78. Or make a cheat sheet. Make a cheat sheet. Make a little cheat sheet for yourself. That's good. Make a little cheat sheet for yourself, you know? I don't want to crop out the thing. Happy birthday! I'm sure it's someone's birthday. I'm sure it's someone's birthday today, and recently this cutie patootie named Pablo celebrated theirs. The Miku cell image got me through call. Honky donk. I see someone doesn't abbreviate organic words. No. Too organic, too fleshy. They even got a healthy sweet treat to commemorate the special occasion. To many more yummy days, Pablo. I am doing all this. I'm like inverting the way I'm thinking right now. No! Pablo! Pablo, your video is too short, Pablo. I'll do 75. Change speed to 75. Perfect. We're just gonna flashbang people every now and again. It'll be okay. Honestly, it flashbangs them less because the transition is slower. Well, I'll take my fleshy scripts with me. No, come back, Kiwi. 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 Okay, thank you. Thank Secret in me. Thanks, fast chocolate nuts. Ah! That's my response. This is not long enough either. They're not gonna be short. I want to talk about them for so long, and then they're like, "No, we're gonna make them short, so you can't talk about it." But I the little do they know, I can just change the speed of it, and bam, it fits. I know it's a little frame ratey, but I think I don't care. Yeah, that's good. 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 Is this playback at half resolution or is it full resolution? It's at full, that's why we're lagging. Pog. What, you want another cute animal with a healthy snack? And this gift, a fox and egg. I gotta say. Can you do a read? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Speed reading test. Free speed reading test. Can I take it too? If yeah, if you want, we can take it in 1 year ago. There you go. This is the one I'm start test. Click start. When we finish. This is kind of like stupid though. This is long. Alright. High school graduation, the bittersweet feeling are as much as a part of me now as they were 20 years ago. As the graduation day approached, the excitement increased. Being out of high school meant I was finally coming of age. Soon I would be on my own, making my own decisions, doing what I wanted without someone looking over my shoulder. And it meant going to school with boys at a welcome change from all girls high school. There was never any question in my mind that I would go to a college away from home. Mother's idea, on the other hand, was just the opposite. Trying her best not to force her preferences on me, she would subtly ask whether I would consider particular schools, all of which happened to be located in or near my hometown of Chicago. Once it was established, I don't want to read this anymore. Hold on, I gotta restart. Okay. I'm sorry if that's cheating. Oh, it's different! Oh, I wasn't ready for it to be different. Okay, that's fine. When the shooting of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows was complete, it was much more than a movie wrap-up. Rupert Grint, who played Ron Weasley, told the Sunday Times that he's happy to have the time for romance now that filming is over. Emma Watson, who was Hermione Granger in the movie, said that she looked forward to finally being free, being my own person, a change signal by her new haircut. Daniel Radcliffe, who had been the face of the boy wizard since 2001, said he'd cry like a little girl when the last movie was finished. It's like the ending of a relationship, he told the Vancouver Sun. The sense of God, what am I going to do? There's a sense of God, what do I do now? He said he was eager to see what life holds for him beyond Hogwarts. Along with 3 actors, Harry Potter fans now in the late teens came of age with J.K. Rowling's characters. For them, the last film isn't a goodbye to a decade of magic with the close of their childhoods. We are the Harry Potter generations. Canadian Andrea. Why is this one stupid? This one's stupid. I think this is a mental reading test, maybe a speaking speed test. Oh. How fast do you read? Are you really trying to go for speed? Yeah, but that one's stupid. Okay. Oh, wait, what? Wait, what? Click the start button when you start reading. The button starts the timer, but don't read normally to find your present read. Click the stop button as soon as you finish the song. Oh, okay. Try to see your TikTok talk speed. I talk too fast. I talk too fast in TikTok. I talk way too fast in my TikToks. Too fast. Because the problem is, I think it's too fast because of how fast the words pop up on screen. And it's kind of like a flashbang. But, okay, I'll do my TikTok voice. I got oh, nice. Alright. Reading is becoming more and more important in the new knowledge economy and remains the most effective human activity for transforming information into knowledge. If top readers read at speeds for over 1,000 words per minute with near 85% comprehension, they only represent 1% of readers. Average readers are the majority and only reach about 200 words per minute with a typical comprehension of 60%. This seems surprising since most readers actively reading work documents, newspaper, magazine, books, or the contents of a computer display are practicing daily for at least 1 hour, which, with such an intense training, everyone should be close to top performers. Unfortunately, this is far from the real situation. The average reader is 5 times slower than a good reader. Things are even worse if we consider reading efficiency as well as speed. Reading efficiency is reading speed weighted by comprehension rate and the amount to 200 times 60 or 120 efficient words per minute. For the average reader, into 1,000 times 85 or 850 EWPM for top readers. Thus, an efficiency ratio of 7 divides the 2 categories. Compare the results to an average reader to other areas. We can imagine sprinters practicing every day for several years only on the running track and then just calmly walking for a race. We can also picture a racing driver never exceeding 30 miles per hour, or a pianist playing every day for 12 weeks for 20 years and only being able to play music like a beginner. Unfortunately, since the age of 12, most readers do not substantially improve their efficiency and ever reach their full capacity. Every computer user who is also a slow typist is aware of the benefits he could obtain by with a typing course, but nearly no one suspects of the much higher profits he could reach by improving his reading comprehension and speed. The rapid improvement of voice recognition may gradually make typing virtuosity obsolete, as a good typist performs well under the speed of speech. On the other hand, human or computer speaking with an average speed of 150 words per minute will always remain many times slower than a good reader, without any consideration of skimming and skipping possibilities.
There are 3 possible ways to improve reading. The fastest is probably a speed reading seminar based upon good material and animated by a dynamic instructor. It's quite usual for a slow reader to double and even triple his reading efficiency during a 2-day class, offering a positive atmosphere, carefully selected text, and comprehension test. However, as this rapid and encouraging improvement is not sufficiently anchored, it often fades with time. A book about speed reading is the second possibility. Such a book will usually provide speed and comprehension tests as well as techniques to improve reading. It often includes more general information about concentration, interest simulation, skimming techniques, and ways to approach the text. Some methods may include audio or video cassettes. A book-based method requires a good deal of time as well as a strong commitment for the reader. Finally, a speed reading computer program is probably the most efficient way to achieve top level reading levels. Computers offers unique experiences to boost reading efficiency through interactivity, text, animation, and pacing. Higher reading skills obtained with a computer screen are totally transferable to reading from paper. Unfortunately, the inverse way does not work so well. Speed reading software develops enjoyable and fast-paced training, thus giving the consistent practice necessary to break lifelong slow reading habits. This is the task that seminars and speed reading books usually leave up to their reader. Damn, almost twice as fast as the average book reader, and that's my normal playback speed, bro. I got bored at the end. That shit was hard. Guys, that was hard. What's reading song? Online speed on. Oh, it's a quiz. Yeah, I don't know. I think I speak too fast in TikToks. I don't know. My brain, I don't know. I think the script format is perfectly set up for how fast you read with how long you want the videos. Generally, 200 words per minute is on the fast side for scripts. Makes sense, because it's, if you want to break it down, it's like six words a second. Is what, or 6 or 8. I can't remember if it's 6 or 8, but Nikki said it's 6 or 8. I didn't really realize that foxes ate eggs. But it makes sense, but it makes sense, to be honest. But now that this person gave him an egg, they won't have to steal it from some other birdie. Speaking of stealing, this pupper stole my heart. I didn't know where this video was going at first. But then, seeing this little guy get pulled out from his jacket just made my heart melt. I finished streaming now to relax with wife. I love the frog clan. Thank you. Which makes sense since the rule of thumb for a script is 1 minute per page and the average book has 250 words per page. Valid. I don't want to read a book now. If you don't propose with a baby like this, you're doing it wrong. I don't know what this guy's little name is, but I hope that they grow up to be big and strong. Okay, I finished it. New media. I want to do something else. I want to do something fun now. Save. Sorry, I just like killed my voice there. And tomorrow I'll do row for fun and a club skit. And then on Thursday I will do a did you know, and it'll be great. I'll be pogging. I'm trying to think. Anything else I want to do today? I don't know. Like, I want to do something fun, but like I don't know what would be fun to do. You know what would be fun to do that we fucking forgot? Food guesser. Come on, Vexed. Time for food guesser. Flour, eggs, butter, sugar, milk, salt, yeast, vanilla optional, and orange blossom water is also optional. There's just a soft, slightly sweet bread with a rich, buttery flavor and a golden tender crust. It features a fluffy, airy texture due to the generous amount of eggs and butter in the dough. Often enjoyed as breakfast or dessert, it can be shaped into loaves, rolls, or buns. Roasted bread pairs with sweet breads, or savory ingredients, making it a beloved treat. Everybody makes bread, but the orange blossom water is very interesting. It makes me want to go India. Because I feel like India uses a lot of, like, plant or flower-based things. I am wrong. Or that sounded like you were telling Vex it was time for walkies. Yay, Vex, it's time for walkies. Romania. Is Romania one? Romania is warm. United Kingdom. Hot. Give me back my internet! I believe in you. What the fuck is next? Sweden? The UK, Germany, France? Ooh, France is a good one. France is a good... Ah. I won't say what they are out loud. Oh! Is this Korean? Wait, it's got fries, though. Okay. Now I'm sad. Alright, anywho. I won't say them out loud just in case Vex wants to guess them. Rice, pig's blood, onion, lard, salt, paprika, black pepper, oregano, and optionally pine nuts, but not garlic. It was brioche. Oh! I feel like if I would have seen a top down, I would have guessed that it was brioche. This dish is a savory blood treasure with pork, blood, rice, onions, and various... is this Russian? What about Russia? UK? Alright, we'll do the UK first. United Kingdom. Warm. Russia. Cold. The fuck? Germany. Warm. Austria. Oh, that's Australia. Oh. Yeah, you were right. Yeah. I'm so used to seeing it in Korean, like, or like Asian stores. Yum. Aww. Oh, what's this? Peanuts, sugar, glucose, vegetable oils, cocoa butter, milk powder, soy lecithin, salt, vanilla extract, and semolina. Pig's blood. Oh, that's valid. This dick is. Okay. Anywho. This dish is a creamy nougat-like confection made primarily from peanut butter, sugar, and milk powder. It boasts light, airy texture with a sweet, nutty flavor, often enhanced with a vanilla or cocoa. Traditionally enjoyed during festive occasion, it's typically molded into a bar, easy to slice. It offers a melt-in-the-mouth experience, blending rich peanut butter essence with the sugar. I feel like I've tasted this one before. Ooh, you son of a bitch. They covered the name. It looks good, though. I want to eat it. It has nut. It's England, Australia, maybe? No. United Kingdom. It's called manticore. Philippines? Ice cold as well. What the fuck? Bagana. What the fuck? Where is this? Morocco. Oh, fuck, I got under average. It's okay. I got newbie. It was Argentina. It was Argentina. I got 3,000. It's okay. Today was hard. I usually get 11, but I got 3, and you usually get. Oh no, I usually get like average to score. Yeah, so you're close to the average. I mean, I know you're technically above average, but today's was hard. Right region, but I did another country. That's valid. The first one though threw me off because I thought it was halal. Oh, that's valid. That's valid. I feel like if they would have given us more angles of it, I would have gotten it, you know? I think it's kind of rude that they didn't give us more angles of what it looked like. Alright. I need to render this. I need to render that video, but I can't do that on stream. I feel like you act and think. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Especially on stream, it's funnier that way. Also, I don't think on stream. If I think, I'm thinking about what I'm doing and nothing else. Because thinking is hard. The brain thoughts are hard. Oh, did the Minecraft server ever fix its thingy? Did I fix this? Does it say the thing I wanted to say now? If you think you can't talk exactly. This was only a kiss. It was only a kiss. Trying to see. Make it sick, it's all in my head, but she said it. Does what happen on the server? I'm just seeing if my error fixed. If such became suck, and if the last one, if the dark mage is gone now and it's only, but not for 16 hours. So I don't actually know. I thought it would say it in the console, but it's like not showing in the console. Jealousy, turning saints into the sea, living through sick lullabies, choking on your alibis. As of earlier today, no, Nunu. What do you mean? What do you mean Nunu's dead? What do you mean he's dead? What do you mean? What do you mean he's dead? Imagine when I bet there's at least 2 Teletubbies. Minecraft Teletubbies mod. There's Teletubby skins. There's Teletubby skins. He's not picking stuff up. What do you mean he's not picking stuff up? Did I break it? I might have broke it again. No! What do you mean I broke it? What do you mean? Nah. Dark timer functions. Is it supposed to go in the data folder? Is it supposed to go in the other data folder? Hold on. I'm putting it in here. Move. Because it worked earlier when it was in here, and now it's not. God, I hate my ISP. It's okay. It should only clean loaded chunks. I don't know. I don't know if that's how that works. Verse, that could be a sanctuary. The only one I know. Alright, Teletubby mods. I want a Teletubby skin. Sure, the only one who loves your sin. Teletubbies. Are there Teletubby plushes? This is scary. I don't like this. Our NSFW Minecraft mods allowed. That's funny. I wanna look up Teletubby skins. I wanna play as a Teletubby. Why are they all scary? This one's nice, not scary. Oh my god, these ones are scary though. Oh my god. I like this one. This is funny. Eva? I wanna be a Teletubby. No! Never! I was just thinking you'll accidentally download a horror Teletubbies mod. That sounds spooky. I don't want you. Wait, hold on. Let me look up the Teletubby. Maybe we'll make a Teletubbies hat tomorrow. Not joking. It's crazy. I don't remember which one was my favorite. I feel like it's gonna be the red one. Alright, now I gotta make a Teletubbies hat. Sorry, it's late. I sent what? Oh my god! Yay! I will wear this tomorrow. Thank you, Wah.
Thank you, wife. Wife made PCAT. That's no problem. Been in your mind now. It's too late. Close your mind now. Teletubbies. What other mods are there? Oh, I just want to look at funny mods. Latest updated. Nai's mystical creatures. What is this? Down. Take down, 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 down. The fuck? What the fuck is this? Nice. Chat patches? Artifactory, a highly configured. What is this? Artifactory induces a highly configurable D&D style attunement system where players can bond with weapons, armor, and gear. As your attunement level grows, so does the power of your gear, unlocking new bonuses and effects. Mod pack makers can also restrict the powerful items until they're attuned, and with limited number of attunement slots, players must take meaningful choices. What? What? You're good. Welcome back. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. That's actually really cool. I've seen so many baby fever TikToks and valid. Can I like add this to a follow? I'll follow it. I don't know, dude. I just wanted. No, I'm gonna bookmark it. There we go. And then we'll do a new cool mod pack. Oh, that's not what I want. That folder. Cool. One was a slideshow of what their toddler calls thing. Oh, that's so cute. Revolution. Renaissance core, aquatic craft kitchen tools. Blood and particles mod. Yo, what's this? That's kind of cool. The effects are kind of bleh, but that's kind of cool. I know you die. Infinite power, huh? Guima is grandma, by the way. How so? It does sound like grandma, though. What is this? Garnish? What is this? Create rework garnish. Available if you're looking for a pre-rework. Peanut oil. I'm powered by my nuts. Ooh, modular golems. One enough item. Fazbear Forgotten Axe. That's crazy. And the title is Cake Pop. I like it. On my side. Realistic steps. Sussy patches. And score feature function for the heist haven. Blocks fruits in Minecraft? What is blocks fruits? What is blocks fruits? Clumps. Free. Ooh, the outer end. God item. What the fuck? Time goes by and I lose perspective. For armor purposes? Wait, do we have mouse tweaks? I think we do. Wish me good luck! Good luck, Ham!
I believe in you, Ham. I'm sure I can pull a Tina Belcher. How so? Double slabs is crazy. That's crazy. That's cool. Hold on, put that in my... Don't take my hand, let go. I sent some DMs. Oh yeah. What's this? Is that praying man? You got it. We'll have a bug update. They're so cute. I'm not interested in writing fanfic, but I can write friendfic like Tina. Fuck yeah. You want bugs? We have ants. I think we have ants. And snails. And flies. But we don't have anything else. So if you want this, we can have this. Let me check if we have mouse tweaks though. We don't have mouse tweaks. Alright, let me... Actually, no. This is not gonna go in cool. This is gonna go in... It's gonna come into Minecraft. Then I just see mouse tweaks. I actually don't know why we don't have mouse tweaks. Oh god. Mystical, magical, oh baby. That's the creature's food, medieval. Doggy. Doggy. Want to get baby. RP coin is... That's crazy. A little bit of something you can work with. What is this? Aww. Okay, I'm just gonna be the curious cacao and the mermaid taboo. That kind of sounds cute though. As long as Miu's okay with it. Go ask Miu if she's okay with that. Who are we rating? I want to go lay down and stare at Minecraft mods. Mermaid? Yes. Yeah, they want to write us a friendfic. We're gonna go rate gore. We're gonna go rate gore because I'm eepy. And my tummy hurts because I've been sitting here. Oh, hey, they rated me. Desi. Really? This person? Hold on. Wait. This person? This person rated you or you rated them? Oh wait, I rated them. Okay, yeah, nope, okay, my brain's working. Because they date everything. That's valid. Daisy's really cool. I really like their art, actually. It's cool that you know them. Cool. I think that's really cool. Hee. Okay. I'm gonna go give you guys the gore, and I'm gonna go lay down and stare at Minecraft mods. Thanks, Vex, for staying. Here's the raid message. It's new. We have a different one now. Thank you, Kiwi. Good job, wife. Good job to you too, Mia. I'm excited to play Peak tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll be doing more contract work. I think we're gonna do contract work, and then we're gonna do Peak, and then we'll do commissions, and then we'll do video editing, and then probably Minecraft. But I love you guys. Good night.